issues, but we've got those worked out. Good afternoon. The Metropolitan Board of Zoning Appeals is now in session for its regularly scheduled meeting of June 6, 2024. I'm Joey Hargis, Metro Zoning Administrator, and I'll be presenting the cases for the Codes Department today in today's hearing. Would ask this time if you've got your cell phone on you, if you'll switch it to silent or vibrate so as not to disturb today's proceedings. The board would appreciate it. The board will go through all cases set for public hearing today and then vote and discuss and then vote on each case in front of you. And the board's vested to act under 13.7207 of Tennessee Code and 1740-180 of the Metro Code of Law. Again, board go through all cases set for public hearing on our agenda. The procedure will be for most of the cases. We do have an item A case, and I'll go over its procedure separately, but the procedures for variances and special exceptions, I'll go first and present the photographs on the screen here and on the projectors in the room by means of a PowerPoint presentation. I'll go through all the site plans and pictures that were taken for the case. I'll then turn over to an appellant in a case to come forward to the table and have a seat in front of you. At the base of the microphone stand, just to the right of it, is a little, two buttons there. It looks like sort of a half moon. If you'll press the right side of that, a red light will come on like you see on my microphone. If you'll identify yourself with your name and street address, and then make your presentation. To your right, where you're sitting, in front of Ms. Davis's position over on the far right side, is a clock that will keep track of the time for today. The cases today without opposition will have 5 minutes. The applicant will have 5 minutes to present their case to the board, along with any persons in support. In cases that have opposition, you'll have 10 minutes. Now, that's 10 minutes per side, not per speaker. So if there are multiple people that wish to talk, please divide your time accordingly before you come forward. In those cases with opposition, the applicant will go first. The applicant may want to save some of that time for rebuttal. And then the opposition will come forward. The opposition will present their testimony to the board, and then the applicant will come back for rebuttal. The opposition does not get rebuttal testimony. So, the board and their rules allow elected officials to address the board. Elected officials are not timed. As a courtesy, the board allows them to speak for as long as they want to. That's dangerous with politicians, I know, but we'll appreciate y'all in the interest of expediency to stay on topic and talk about what you're here for your constituents. And you're welcome to talk either before the case starts, if you have other matters to care for. You can save your testimony till after everybody speaks or in the middle, wherever you'd like to. Just let us know when you come up, and we'll stop the clock accordingly. But your testimony is not timed. Elected officials. In the item A case today, the procedure is slightly different. The first portion is still correct. I'll present the photographs of the slides and testimony. In this case, I'll go first as far as the zoning administrator and talk about the code section and my decision to make a interpretation of the code, or what I did and why I did it. And then the opposition, the appellants, the person who is appealing, will come forward next, and they'll be considered the appellant in this case. They will have a period for rebuttal. In their 10 minutes, they'll go through and they'll want to save some of that 10 minutes for rebuttal. After that group comes forward, any parties, any parties in support of the applicant's position speak in that 10-minute pool in the middle. And then finally, any persons in support of zoning administrator's position can speak. They'll have 10 minutes in total there. Again, the applicant in the case is the person appealing, and they will have a chance for rebuttal, but myself or the other parties in support of the case do not have rebuttal rights in front of the board. Let's see, just looking through. Okay. I do have some preliminary announcements for cases. If anyone needs an agenda, what remaining we have are over on the far table on the left-hand side of the room from your perspective. We'll go through all cases. There has been one case that's been postponed by the applicant, and that is on page 2, case 2024-40, Mr. Amos Howard Sr., appellant 601 11th South Trust at 601 South 11th Street. is requesting an addition to item D appeal, which is in addition to a non-conforming structure, seeking to put an addition on an existing triplex. That has been postponed by the applicant until July the 18th meeting. Members, that case has been on our agenda for quite some time. I am requiring that the applicant renotice. I think the original hearing date for this was sometime in February. So given that it's been so long, we're going to have them renotice in that case. And that's the only preliminary announcement I have today. Okay, the board this time will allow council members or other elected officials who may wish to address the board. If you wish to come forward at this time, you're free to before we begin talking about consent agenda items. So if there are any elected officials, I do see several in the room today, and council members, I will let you guys go first. Whoever, if you'd like to speak at this time.
I'll speak before my case.
Okay, all right. Councilmember, please come forward either at the table or at the podium, your choice.
I was unsure about the procedure because it's different. Council person can still speak.
Yes, ma'am. If you wish to, or you can certainly wait if you wanted to wait until the case is called. Okay, yeah, you can certainly do that. I've got some other things to go about after you're done speaking for the other cases, but yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I am Joy Kimbrough, and I represent District 1. I was here previously at the previous hearing. Some of the faces have changed from the previous hearing. But I'm here regarding the first item before you, and that is basically where Zeal Church, who is currently located on Charlotte Pike, has decided that they want to build on a little narrow street on Ashland City Highway. It's a street that kind of goes up in dead ends. And I'm just going to, give a little history for those who were not here before. I want to say that my district, if not 100%, is probably 99.9% opposed to this. And that's why I am here, because they feel so passionately about it, and I do as well. Now, the landowners who are selling their property are okay with it, I'm certain. But I come from a district that has we say, historically been dumped on. I represent the largest district, which it includes Scottsboro, Jolton, Bordeaux, Whites Creek, and now we have parts of the zip code 37207. We've housed the city dump. We now house another dump. We recently got the a recycling center. Most recently, I was able to avert it, but at one point, I was maybe a week or so informed that they were going to bring 250,000 cubic yards of dirt from the old Titan Stadium and bring it to my community and put it at the old landfill. However, we were able to stop that. I was able to communicate and say, we don't want it, please, no more. Okay, so now I'm here regarding Zeal Church. I love the church. I was raised in the church. It's just that we are concerned. We are opposed. The street that they want to enter from is a little narrow street that doesn't even have a line on it. You can barely get two cars on it and going in different directions. Someone will have to pull over. We don't want it there. It's going to cause some type of traffic tragedy or at least some type of major problem. The other street that they would have access to is a street called Cato Road. Cato Road backs up anyway. It has a school on it called Cumberland. When they dismiss or whatever, or in the morning when traffic, it's horrible. And there's no light at the intersection of Ashland City and Cato Road to even help out with the traffic problems. Earlier this year, Cumberland was having some type of book fair, a book deal. The mayor came out, other council members, school board members came out. I had elected officials coming up to me saying, how in the world do you all manage with no traffic light? Well, now Zeal Church wants to build a church over in this very same area that will hold up to 2,000 people. They want to put it there. We respectfully are saying no, 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 no. It would create a horrific outcome, a horrific problem, and it's not fair to any of the people that live there, any of the people that travel through there, but especially those people that live on that street that they want to enter from. It is just too narrow. It is too narrow. And then Cato Road, like I said, in of itself has its own problems. This is a problem area. And we're respectfully requesting that you deny this. It can create a grave danger. And I'm concerned about it because we already have problems there. The last time we were here, before we left, this body said that they continued it, and I think the other side was going to get some type of traffic study because they wanted to show certain things. To date, I have not been privy to that. I have not seen the traffic study. I have no idea what it says. If it is possible, I would ask for time to be allowed to at least review that traffic study. Just like to have some semblance of justice here, to be able to properly counter what needs to be countered or agree to maybe what needs to be agreed to. I don't know, but I would like to see it. So my first request is for a deferral, if that is possible. If not, it's not possible, and you know my position on it. But I, as a council person, we've had meetings. We just had another meeting this month, and we talked about this very issue where, you know, I notified everybody on my email list that I know in the community, and the people who live there don't support it. The people who live around there don't support it. The people travel through there that are in my district do not support it. I do not support it. This is the only time I've ever appeared before the BZA in strong opposition to something. And I'm only doing it because I am trying to properly represent my community, a community I was born into. Thank you for your time.
If I may.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. We just received the traffic study ourselves. We've not looked at it ourselves.
Okay.
There might be a possibility to open the public hearing and have, if someone can explain to us the traffic study from the appellant side. Also, if there's, I don't know if there's NDOT representation here to explain. So would you be willing to hear what they have to say instead of a deferral?
If that's the way you rule, yes.
You prefer a deferral, man.
I prefer a deferral because I'm an attorney by trade, and I like to really read and research and know and speak intelligently about whatever the document is or whatever they're proposing. So I am respectfully requesting a deferral.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
Thank you.
All right. But any other questions? Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is.
There we go. Good afternoon. I'm Robert Nash, council member from District 27, here on case number 2024-082. I got to meet with members of the Shalom Church this past week, and I've not heard any negative ideas about this. Very positive so far.
What case did you say you were?
It's 2024-082 in District 27. And boy, if you want to get saved, this is the great location because there's a church and another church and another church all right in a row. This badly is in need of expansion, and so I'm supportive of it. Like I said, I've heard no opposition, and I think it's a great way to welcome some new neighbors.
Right. Councilman Gregg, I know you're here. Would you like to address the board now or during your case? Okay. And Councilman Cap, I saw you came in. Would you like to address the board now or at the case time? Okay. All right. Are there any other elected officials that have come in that I just did not see? Okay, Mr. Chairman, seeing none, we'll go ahead. As I talked about briefly, the board does have a consent agenda. And if, in the opinion of the chair, the board meets the requirements for the application. Actually, before I do that, let me apologize real quick. I want to welcome a new member to this board, Ms. Johnson. With us now is Ms. Mina Johnson. She is recently confirmed by the Metro Council to appear to be a member of this board, so we welcome you here. Ms. Johnson has lots of experience in the Metropolitan government, both as a council member and prior members of the Historic Zoning Commission, Planning Commission, now BZA. Is there a fourth one that I've missed in your tenure? Or is this your fourth committee?
Thank you, Joey. Yes, Council Member, Planning Commission, Metro District Zoning Commission, and Board of Zoning Appeal, yes.
Okay. Well,
I'm so excited to be here.
Well, we're welcome to have you. We appreciate it. So now the board is now back at full staffing with members. We have one member that will be absent today, Mr. Ransom. He said he may be late, but if he's able to join us, he will. So with that, we'll go through the consent agenda. Again, the chair makes a recommendation to the other board members present if the applicant meets the criteria for the application they've requested and they feel that testimony does not alter the material facts. They recommended the case for consent to the other members. When I call these cases, if you're here in opposition to a case, only opposition, if you'll raise your hand, please, we'll hear the case in its regular order on the agenda. The first case recommended for the consent agenda is on page 4, top of page 4, case 2024-78. Ms. Brianna Kenworthy is the appellant, 265 White Bridge Road, LLC, the owner of the property at 265 White Bridge Pike, Suite 207, requesting a special exception to allow for the use as a dog kennel in the CS zone district. Are there any parties present in opposition to case 78? Mr. Chairman, seeing none, you've recommended this case for approval to the board, meets all the conditions of a special exception. The next case recommended for the consent agenda is case 2024-80. Mr. Tom Keese, the appellant, Trinovus LLC, the owner of the property located at 1347 Pennock Avenue, requesting a variance from the side street setbacks in RS5 in the Dadu district, seeking to construct a new single-family residence on the property. Are there any parties present in opposition to case 80 on Pennock? Mr. Chairman, seeing none, the exceptional narrowness is the hardship in that case. Case 82 on the bottom of page 4, Ms. Niang in Shalom United Pentecostal Church International is the owner of the property at 248 Tusculum Road, requesting a special exception to allow an additional structure at the religious institution in R10. This is the case Councilmember Nash just spoke about. Are there any parties in opposition to case 82 present? Mr. Chairman, seeing none, you've recommended this case for consent due to its compliance with special exception provisions. And finally, the last case recommended for consent is on page 5, the last case of the day, case 2024-83, Yuri Lutsenko, the appellant owner of the property located at 3125 Windermere Circle, requesting a special exception to allow for daycare in the RS20 district. Are there any parties present in opposition to case 83? Okay, we do have some hands on that case, so we'll take that case off consent. We will hear it in its regular order on the agenda. So your consent agenda, again, is all of page 4, cases 78, 80, and 82.
I'll make a motion that we adopt the consent agenda.
Is there a second? Oh, okay, I didn't see you over there.
I was
So
gonna
left instead of right.
just
Okay,
make a
there's a motion
comment.
and a second, you have
Yeah.
a comment?
Case 82, NDOT requested a parking study, and I was wondering if we could make that a condition of 82.
What was the condition? Say that again.
A parking study.
I have no problem with that. I thought that was. So you want to make a motion that the consent agenda, that it stay on the consent agenda if it meets the condition of a parking study?
Right. Let me just double check that was the right.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's here. NDOT takes exception with the condition that applicants submit a parking study. That's in,
Okay,
Case 82.
so you want to amend your motion that it be?
Yeah, I'll amend the motion to add the condition that the applicant submit a parking study.
Okay, is there a second? Second, okay, so there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that passes. So those three go on the consent agenda.
Okay, if you're here for cases 78, 80, and 82, those cases have been approved. 82 was approved with condition of submittal to a parking study. We'll treat that as part of the permitting process and send that to NDOT for review as part of the building permit. If you're here for applicants for those three cases, you are free to go, and your cases have been approved. All right, Mr. Chairman, we'll call forth the first case of today. This particular case is on the front page, case 2014-17. Barge Civil Associates, the appellant on behalf of their client, Gladys Bond, is owners of the property located at 4460 Ashland City Highway and 4309 Cato Road, requesting special exception and variance in the street standards in RS 15. This case was heard in public hearing by the Board of Zoning Appeals on March 7th. The public hearing is closed. The board did ask the appellants to obtain a traffic study. A traffic study has been submitted by the appellant. Traffic and Parking has submitted a recommendation, I believe you should have a copy of, that came today. There are representatives of NDOT present. Should you need to question them, they are here. But members, and I'll just go back through the photographs just to refresh your memory that were shown in the testimony. In this particular case, before I begin though, since we have a new member sort of catching into a case midstream, I'll poll Ms. Johnson at this time for each of these deferred cases and ask of her, Ms. Johnson, one, have you watched the proceedings of the prior hearings in this case?
Yes, I watched March 7th BZA meeting,
Oh.
so I'm familiar with this case.
Okay, and you feel confident that you can hear this case?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Ms. Johnson will be eligible to participate in this case. Let me go back just through the photographs that were shown at that hearing. Subject properties involved in the case, aerial photograph, view from Ashland City Highway. This was facing west. View up Cato Road, and then a view east along Ashland City Highway. The road that was testified to as far as that reaches the site that I believe the council member alluded to, and then a view, this is from the on-ramp coming onto Briley Parkway. There, subject site north here. And then a view of the subject site from Cato. Views along Cato Road. And then a view of the relevant code section in this case. And we'll give you the concept site plan as submitted by the applicants. I'm going to leave that here. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll ask for your direction whether you wish to hear from parties involved in this case to re-open the public hearing, and if so, what time you'd like to.
So we would have to vote to open the public hearing back up. And my initial thought before I came here was we'd open it up for 5 minutes of party, but I just got this traffic study too. And I think the council persons, to me, and we can hear from them for 5 minutes apiece or however long you'll want to, but I haven't had a chance to look at the traffic study. The council person hasn't. We just got it today. So I think an alternative is to defer it again before we open it up for public hearing, but
Good.
it's.
just had a question. I agree with your recommendation. I haven't looked at it, but I had a question. I do like that NDOT is here. We rarely get NDOT here. So I want to make sure if we reschedule it, I am interested in what they have to say because.
Sure.
So I just want to make sure that they're able to come back.
Maybe we can open the public hearing, but still reserve the opportunity to defer the case if we feel like we need to do that.
I have assumed NDOT would be back here next time. Maybe I shouldn't have made that assumption, but, however y'all want to do it. Where is our NDOT rep? Would you be available for, if we defer this for a meeting?
I will say we can be represented here.
Okay. So they're still here. If anybody, I think we've got options here. So what are the thoughts on what we do?
As long as NDOT can come back, I think you defer it and hear it all at once. I think it makes it cleaner. So I agree with you.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I would agree with deferral. But one thing I would like to make sure is because it's special exception case, and I understand in order to meet special exception, you have to meet, and we may waive based on the traffic recommendation. So to me, looking at the last deliberation and discussion, I still feel like this does not meet the threshold of special exception because the size, yes, it meets the site and it meets the minimum size, but what we are talking about is street standard. And street standard, this ingress egress is coming from two local street, not two collector street, nor Arterial Street. So I'm interested to hear the interpretation of NDOT and why is it good idea to waive, for us to waive, since this is not a collector street, nor arterial street to go into that church. So if either today or next time when NDOT people comes, to clearly identify that point, that would be greatly helpful for me to decide.
Okay. And it sounds like NDOT will be back here, the applicant will be back here, so, I'll move we defer it for one meeting.
A second.
Okay, there's a motion, a second. Any further discussion?
I had a question.
Sure.
Will we open it up for public hearing at that time?
We would
too?
have to vote at that time to open it up, but
Okay.
assuming, I would certainly be in favor of, that's the whole purpose of bringing people back. I can't imagine
Should
anybody
we,
voting against not opening it back up.
Should we check with the applicant to confirm that one meeting deferral is?
Yes, we should, and
Or if they prefer a,
As a schedule, hi, John Michael, Thompson Burton Law Firm representing the appellants on this case, 1801 West End Avenue. Yes, we would be available on the 20th. I would respectfully ask for permission to respond to the motion to defer.
does anybody have a problem?
I know
with
there's a
that?
sitting motion, and so if that's not appropriate, I certainly understand, Mr. Pepper.
Does anybody have a problem with it? I don't think we have a problem with it, so.
Respectfully, we would ask not to defer. Our folks are here today, and while it's brought to my attention that the board received the full 200 and something page traffic study today, it was submitted to NDOT on May the 6th of 2024 as directed by the board for their review. I don't know the internal machinations of what report was sent from what department to the other. Obviously, the bottom line for these board members is you haven't seen it before today. However, we're here with the two traffic engineers from KCIA Technologies who performed the report and are ready to testify to you today in excruciating detail about everything that they've gone through, what it means, how to interpret it, and therefore any question that could ever come up is able to be answered today, and we've planned to do exactly that.
Are they available next time? And I appreciate that, and nobody's blaming you for not getting it to us. That just happened. But I think, in all fairness, I think what we're hearing is that the applicant and the council person particularly would like to review this report and be informed about it before we start taking this information.
Understood.
Are your folks able to come back next time?
I haven't checked, as it's not come up before at this meeting.
Can you check on that?
do we know if we'll have quorum next time?
It seems that all the key folks from our side will be available with a one meeting deferral to June the 20th, I guess that would be.
I think, what's our date? June 20th, so we're available, they're available, okay.
Thank you for hearing our concern. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Oh, I just had, if you don't mind, I just
Yeah, no, go ahead.
wanted to mention, this is a special exception and variance case, and I would appreciate hearing about the variance again. I have notes from last time, but it would
Sure.
be good to have a refresher if we open the public hearing
I can do
next
it in
time.
one paragraph right now. If you don't think that's an arterial street, we're asking for a variance from that standard. If you do, then the variance is not necessary. Lawyers refer to it as just like an alternative pleading. In the event you don't find the first, then here's our backup ask so that you can consider that.
If you could present that next time, just the hardship.
Glad to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor and a second that we defer this to the next meeting, June 20th. All in favor, or any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that passes. So we'll see you June 20th.
Okay, case 17 will be heard June 20th in this room. This is the notice for that deferment. Okay, members, one second. We'll give these folks a minute or two to postpone. That will give me a chance to see. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I just need one moment to. Okay. Just double checking my records for the next case. Our next case for the board is a deferred case also. This is case 2024-19, Mr. Todd Shirk, the appellant, the Islamic Center of Nashville, owners of property located at 1312 Sweetbriar Avenue. They were requesting a special exception in R8. They were seeking permission to construct an off-site parking lot. The board held public hearing on February 1st. In that particular case, the board voted to defer to allow the applicant and opposition to talk. At that order, I've noticed that Mr. Cole was not present at the initial hearing, so I'll have to poll him on this case. Let me flip back. I'll just go through real quickly, and I'll ask the two questions first. Mr. Cole, since you're closest to me, have you watched the proceedings from February 1st? And if so, do you feel you can participate in this case today?
I have not.
Have not, okay. So record reflect Mr. Cole will be absent from this case. And Ms. Johnson, same question as before. Have you watched the proceedings previously in case 19? And do you feel you're able to participate in this case?
I've watched the case. I'm comfortable participating in it.
So record reflect Ms. Johnson is participating. Mr. Cole will be listed as absent for this case. Are the representatives from the Islamic Center present? Okay, gentlemen, come on forward. I'll actually just go through the case. This particular case actually stayed there for just one moment. This case, the public hearing did occur. The public hearing was closed by the board. So you all would need to reopen to allow additional testimony. I'm just going to go back through the slides. Subject property is located on west margin Sweetbriar, again in this R.
So is
District.
there a motion to reopen the public hearing? And if so, are we going to give the 10 minutes to each side or 5 minutes each side?
I'll make a motion to open the public hearing, but perhaps only 5 minutes each side.
Stole the words right out of my mouth. Second.
So that's a second? Okay. So there's a motion and a second. All in favor? Okay, so each side will have 5 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll go again, just a quick refresher of the photographs here in this instance.
All right.
And resetting your timer here to 5 minutes. Okay, if the applicants will come forward, are there parties present in opposition to case 19? Okay. Again, you two gentlemen back there, be sure to discuss and divide your time before coming up. The applicant will go ahead and come forward and speak to the board as far as what's occurred since the last hearing.
I'm sorry, can you make sure your red light is on, and then if you'll state your name and address, please, sir.
My name is Mohammed Hassan, 915 8th Avenue South. Representing here today Islamic Center of Nashville. We are here February 1st, and in this case, this is not a developer or somebody buying a property and looking for a special exception. The Islamic Center of Nashville owned this piece of property for last 40 years, and we are feeling as a civic center for our community. And the center, the area around us has changed. On Fridays, we get about 300 to 400 people come to pray, and there's no parking. So we just want to expand our parking, and we followed every rule. We contacted planning department. They told us to do everything. So since February 1st, we have sent over 300 letters, held a meeting with the neighbors as of last week, worked with the area council person and also a former council person for that area, who's now our council at large, Berkeley Allen. So some neighbors are very supportive, and they have sent the letters. So all we are asking is, the neighbors asked, they had some concerns about if we expand this parking, should be fenced and area be greened. Whatever the neighbors' concern heard, we have accepted all those. So we submit and request that this special exception be granted. And this is not about a property we recently acquired. This is something that the center owned. And this center is not, there are about 9 mosques in metro area, and this center is the first and act as a civic furniture outreach center for the larger community. So this parking is a challenge that's addressed, and I think we'll work with our neighbors and even area businesses to kind of use this parking. But for now, it's really a high need and is very both taxing on our members and the whole area. So we really request this special exception to be granted.
I had a question. I remember from the last time there was an issue because it was being used when it wasn't, when you all weren't using it for your events, your services. It was, I can't remember the name of the private parking company. They're blue. Premier. You guys had a Premier box on the, is that still in the,
No.
Did you guys, okay, that's what I wanted. Okay, thank you.
The question that I had, one of the items that had been raised in the docket and at the last hearing had to do with a question about how many parking spaces this property would actually provide. I think some of the neighbors were a little concerned that is this sort of a Band-Aid on what is otherwise a gaping wound? And so, are we creating essentially a few spots, but it's not actually going to solve the problem? Can somebody kind of walk me through the number of cars that you anticipate being able to put here?
We have 18 parking spots on the proposed lot. So we recognize that this isn't a complete solution to the problem, but we feel like it'll greatly help with probably 90% of the time where people come to the center for regularly scheduled prayers, that it will almost eliminate parking on the street. Now, during Friday service, there's probably 2 hours of Friday service where we'll get probably between 100 to 200 vehicles attending the service, and there is no parking solution that we can come up with or provide that's going to provide a complete solution to that problem.
Thank you.
Chairman, one more question to the applicant. On the 1716-170E2J, it says when not in use by place of worship, parking area shall be secured by a locked barrier and so forth. So I think last time our neighbor's concern was lot being used with a commercial or a restaurant or those people who visit all this area. So will you be I have not seen in the site plan, one way in, one way out, but when it's not used during the worship, it will be locked in or closed or barriered. Do you have any plan to do that?
Yes, ma'am. We actually updated the plan to show a gate with a control arm on the front of the property that will be locked and closed at all times unless it's being used by the members of the center. So, yes, and it's fenced in where it's adjacent to the neighbor. So we have no intentions of commercializing the lot.
So what is your, I'm sorry, okay, what are you agreeing to in terms of when it will not be used by the center? Is there a definitive number, times and days that it will be locked because you will agree that it's not being used? Or is it going to be that if somebody shows up, and they need to park there, they can park there?
What we've discussed with our neighbors is the 5 daily prayers. It'll be open for the members of the center, and then closed after. So overnight, it'll be closed. And during Friday service, which is between 12 and 2 p.m. on Friday.
It will be open? So are you willing to agree with the neighbors that there are certain times that it will be open and there are certain times it will be closed? Because that's what I'd like to know. Do we have, and those are what days of the week and what times again?
5 daily prayers are every single day, 5 times a day. And on Fridays, an extended period on Fridays between 12 and 2 p.m. Other than that, it'll be closed. The last prayer usually is latest will be in the summer around 9:30 p.m. And then it'll be closed after that.
Is that, I did not see in our packet did y'all put those hours in the packet? I did not see anything.
I think it's addressed in the letter. I'm not sure if you have a copy of that letter.
Okay, is that the letter dated May 22nd?
Yes.
Okay.
That's kind of where we addressed what the changes are that we've made to the proposed plan that we presented last time. The cones that were discussed by some of the neighbors who raised opposition, those have been removed. The parking signs on the gravel lot removed, and have been that way for a few months now.
Okay, can you tell me what page? I'm looking at your letter dated May 22nd. Can you point me to a page and paragraph?
18 legitimate, 6 foot high.
I mean, I see where you say what your needs are. I'm looking at page 1. The daily parking needs for our members to attend prayer services are
Controlled
205
access.
spots for the Friday sermon prayer service at 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. Approximately so many spots are needed, but I may be missing it. I don't see anything where there's an agreement that there are going to be certain times that this parking cannot be used.
We state on page number 2 that it'll be
Okay, page
controlled.
number 2.
Yeah, all the way at the bottom, controlled access to prevent unauthorized vehicles from entering when not in use. And then it further explains that the parking area is for mosque use only, 24/7.
Okay, you're on page 2.
On the bottom of page 2, going to page 3.
What I see there is that to ensure proper use of the mosque new parking lot, the Sweetbriar Avenue entrance will be equipped with controlled access to prevent unauthorized vehicles from entering when not in use. But
Yeah.
I don't see any specific times. That's what I'm
We
asking.
can add times.
I have a question about that, though. So I imagine that sometimes the Islamic Center has events that are related to their mission that may not fall within whatever proposed time. So I just think as long as their use is limited, like let's say they decided to do something on a Sunday that wasn't that it was a special event. So I just think we have to, as long as they're using it and when they're not using it, they're controlling the gate. I think that should address concerns because I don't want to overly hamper them with this timestamp and then they decide to throw a special event that maybe is not within that time frame. So I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, that we should put something on it, but I do recognize that sometimes that the Islamic Center might hold an event for its members that fall outside of that, and I just want us to account for that in the conditions.
I'll add, Mr. Chairman, that the prayer times usually change. So we're limiting them to prayer times only.
And just to add to that, just like morning prayer happens between 5 a.m. to 6, and then noon prayer between 12 and 2, and that's where on Fridays is really heavy traffic. And then there's another prayer right before sunset between 4 and 5, and then there's a late evening prayer that happens between 8 and 9. So depending on the season, it fluctuates 30, 45 minutes. So if you ask for an exact time, as season changes, I mean, we go through the daylight saving times.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be challenging to give you like concrete blocks of those hours through the 4 seasons. But and then in the spring, we do special events. The Leadership Nashville hosts annual events there. We do the Police Academy diversity program with our Metropolitan training there. So those special events that are more of a civic in nature towards the community outreach, we can't map them out and let you guys know what day it is, but what we are saying is like 5 daily prayer. The biggest pain point that prompted this request are our Friday prayer in the month of Ramadan, where even it's kind of compared to Easter Sunday, where everybody just showed up to church all of a sudden. On Fridays and Ramadan, that's kind of, and then you have people all over the neighborhood parking, and that's kind of, especially with our families that are really tying with the community and the mosque, they get kids. So like, that's why we need this space, this exception. But in terms of times, we're willing to submit those times, but it will change. There will be changes in season to season.
Basically, on a normal day, it's 5 times a day.
Yeah,
People
5 times a
come
day
in
on
and out.
Friday. Yeah.
Early morning, midday, evening.
Yeah, evening and yeah.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you, gentlemen. We'll hear from the opposition.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sean Lyons. I own the property directly next door to the proposed property at 1314 Sweetbriar, where I live with my family. I was here a few months ago when basically the same plan was submitted. I wrote a letter opposing and showed up opposing. This council wisely was about to deny the motion and then suddenly deferred it for future work. I'm not aware of any future work that's been done or any changes that have been made to the plan that alleviate any of my objections. I'll go through them again quickly. The first thing is, in this neighborhood, there's an alley that runs between the mosque current parking lot and the proposed property. And that alley runs all the way down parallel to 12th. And the rule has been, we were told, my neighbors and I, certainly my neighbors who were there before me, when they turned 12 South into such a commercial endeavor, which is what it is, that would be the boundary. That the corporations, the businesses would not be able to creep back into the houses. And that's exactly what's happening here. This is turning what is a residential lot where a person lives, and I have a neighbor, into a completely commercial lot where they're just gonna give a parking lot. That's not residential. I mean, they may not make much money on it, but it's not residential. It's definitely changing it. And this is gonna happen again and again and again. There are other churches and religious institutions that are gonna wanna do the same thing in our neighborhood. And it's gonna creep back into all of our, and I feel the responsibility to be the first one to fight it. I'll say again, this is only gonna add a few spots. They already park in the back, which we've looked the other way on, and that's fine, because they still have the house there, we still have a neighbor. I mean, by my count, it'll add maybe 6 spots, new spots, maybe 6, maybe less. Certainly not 12 or 15 or anything like that. This is not a solution, and it's not worth, that small benefit is not worth pushing past that alley and intruding upon the residential part of the street. And I'll say what I said before, I don't want to live next to a parking lot. I don't want to look out my kitchen window into a parking lot. I don't want to sit on my front porch and see a parking lot. If it's full of cars or empty of cars, it's not particularly material to me. They're both ugly. I think it would reduce my property value. I think it would increase traffic in the alley during prayer times, which is also dangerous. as we use those alleys, if pedestrians use those alleys. It's already kind of a mess. Adding more parking right there is going to make it even worse. And I think there are other solutions that haven't been fully explored. I mean, I know I was just walking through the neighborhood the other day, and there's a new retail space down by the park, Sphere Park, that has a public garage. And then there's going to be another one on the other side of 12th that's about to be finished. And it's going to be a huge retail space, and it's going to have a public garage. And they could use those spots. I mean, they're going to have to anyway. Even if they build this thing, they're still going to have to use those spots. They could go to those people and make a deal. I'm sure the Friday noon is not a busy time for any of those lots, and they would be happy to work out a deal. That's just much more plausible, is much more beneficial to everyone if we do that. It's a longer-term solution, and it doesn't break the rule of the alley. I just don't want it. And I want to add that, I mean, this is exactly the same conversation we had 3 months ago. And I would really respectfully ask the board to just rule on this, to deny it. No more deferrals, so I don't have to come back here in 3 months and do this again. I did send a second letter. I assume everyone got that. If you don't have it, I can read it. But that's all I have.
Thank you.
I'm Tom Campion. I live at 1403 Sweetbriar, which is about 5 houses down, away from 12 South. You know, it's really jumping the alley is the big part. The homeowners directly across the street, across the street next door, they're already backed up against the back of the 12 South businesses. Now with this becoming a parking lot, it backs 12 South to Sean's house. The parking on Sweetbriar, Dallas, Paris, Beechwood, all of it, it's attacked by 12 South, and we get that. And there's no more free parking on 12 South. Every parking space on 12 South you have to pay for. There's plenty of parking on 12 South. It's a distribution problem. And to echo Sean's comments, to have the lots or permit parking make exception for Fridays and for Ramadan to give a special privilege. And, you know, the Islamic Center, they're great neighbors. They're wonderful neighbors to have. But to be able to find alternatives for them, for their congregants, to be able to park close and park without any hardship of walking through the streets and all that, we're all for that. But this is, someone said it before, it's a Band-Aid on a gaping wound, and it doesn't get there. And it hurts the homeowners, not only on Sweetbriar, but also the ones on the next street over, which I believe is Beechwood.
Depends on which way you go. Yeah.
Elmwood, Beechwood, yeah. So that's our position.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Before you sit down, are there any questions?
No, sorry.
For the
One quick question. I think the new plan says install the wood fence between your property line and their proposed parking lot. Seems like wood fence, 6 foot, and a landscaping buffer. Were you involved in that discussion?
I was not. There's already wood fences mine there, so I don't know what difference it would make. My kitchen window and my porch are both above that height anyway, and would easily see over a 6 foot fence.
Thank you. That's all.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you, gentlemen. We'll close. Did I understand that Councilman Cash was going to be here, Mr. Argus?
Yeah, we had received an email from Councilman Cash. He wasn't sure he would be able to make it in time.
Okay.
If you'd like, I can read that email into the record. We received it actually just before we got started here today, but I'll read it. It says, Commissioners, I'm going to try to attend today's meeting, but I have a conflict and may not be there in time. Since the last BZA meeting about this request, the Islamic Center has worked towards finding a solution to their lot use request. They held a second community meeting, and I've talked with some nearby neighbors and gotten support from some. I think a rendering of the proposed lot has moved closer to being better in design, but it's clear from some neighbors there are still issues relating to protection for the neighbor next door, ingress, egress, directions to name two. There are still concerns from both neighbors nearby and neighborhood leaders that allowing this use on a property past the alley sets a precedent for future expansion of institutions into residential lots. In February, planning wrote a letter indicating the request went against policy, but I don't think that position has changed. This is a tough issue because ICN is a valued community partner with legitimate parking concerns that would be helped but not removed by the request. Given that concerns remain of neighbors and BHN leaders, I can't offer an endorsement of the request. I hope all these concerns will be given weight as you decide the appeal. Sincerely, Tom Cash.
Okay, thank you. Okay, public hearing is closed. We've heard from the council person, so discussion. Well, I mean, I said this last time, but for me, this is a residential piece of property, and it's the neighbor living next door should be given a substantial amount of consideration, because I don't think anybody wants a parking lot right next to their residence. And there may be a fence there, but even if it's used infrequently, I think it is a imposition into a residential area. And I think a good point was made that it does provide some extra parking, but it is kind of a Band-Aid, while at the same time, nobody would want this parking lot next to this close to their residence. And I think that I agree with the planning commission. I agree with the neighbors about it that are opposed to it. And I don't see that much is really anything has changed since we deferred it last time. I think we were hoping there would be maybe some kind of solution, but seems like we're back at the same place.
Yeah, I mean, I think the concern that I see is 18 parking spots when the issue is that we have a need for 300 or 400 congregants to park. I think that I think that the request itself raises issues, particularly with some of the factors in 17, 16, 150, the general requirements for a special exception related to the integrity of the adjacent area. I think there's an obvious design and architectural compatibility issue if you're going to be putting a parking lot where a structure once was. I'm not at all saying that the center, I think their parking concerns are 100% valid, completely warranted. I live about 0.8 miles from the heart of 12 South, walk through it all the time. It's a bad situation all around. But my concern is that I think I have serious misgivings about some of these other factors that we'd have to find to grant the special exception that give me a lot of pause here. I think I'm with you, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate the discussion because, if you're looking at the 17, 16, 170 east side, it maybe kind of meets the, letter of the law. But however, if you go back to 17, 150, have to think about community and integrity of the neighborhood. And I do sympathize on both sides. Especially we do value Islamic Center, their input to and service to the community, and we would like to support them. However, we would like to keep the neighborhood integrity as well. And planning point of view, I think alley is the kind of dividing line for the commercial usage and neighborhood. So with that perspective, it seems like keep the line and keep the integrity of the neighborhood might make sense. So I think I'm kind of swayed by that argument.
Anybody else? Ms. Carpenter?
No, I was interested in what you all had to say.
I wasn't trying to put you on the spot. I didn't know if you wanted to talk. I didn't want to move on. So.
I guess I have been talking a lot. Thanks.
I will make a motion that we deny the request for a special exception.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion, a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so that request is denied. We'll move to the next case.
Okay, motion to deny passes on a vote 5-0. Again, Mr. Chairman, members, case 2024-40 has been postponed till July 18th. That'll bring us to the final deferred case on our meeting today before we begin new business. At the bottom of page 2, case 2024-50, Geffen Construction Services, appellant owner of the property at 3025 Charlotte Pike. They came before you on May 16th requesting a variance in the street setback requirements and side setback requirements in ORIA to build a monument sign to, again, deferred from May 16th. Let me check one thing here.
Mr. Hargis, was that case deliberated on May 16th at all, or was it deferred?
It was deferred to allow the opposition to provide a potential alternative sign design, which they've submitted.
Okay, but was there a public meeting?
There was public hearing, yes, sir.
I was not aware of that, so I was out on the 16th of May, so I'm going to decline to participate in this one.
Okay, so you're out, so it's just,
Chairman, I watched the YouTube video of that meeting, so I could participate.
you did watch it? Okay, great.
Okay. And just looking back, give me 1 second. Okay. All right, let me pull that up for you guys to review. Again, the subject property, if you recall, was located at the intersection of the new City Avenue private road and Charlotte Pike, just in West Nashville, just to the east of the Interstate 40 overpass. What you see with my cursor there. Sign itself is going to sit just roughly proposed right where my cursor is. View of the sight lines, view from Charlotte looking west. The existing neighbors were here last time testifying about their signage that's located on subject property. The applicant's proposed sign would be to the west of their sign, approximately in this location. This is a view of that access drive that services the new development currently under construction there. And then I'll give you a copy of the original site plan submitted. We talked about the issuance of the permit and the 15-foot setback. This is the revised design that the applicant submitted for your review today, which would lower the sign height from 8 feet down to 4'6". And I'll leave this up today. You did, in this case, you did close the public hearing, but did tell the applicant to come back with a revised plan. You'll need to make a motion to reopen. Is the appellant present today? Okay, I do see appellants here. Opposition present for case they're here as well. So if you'd like to hear from those parties, you may, but we'll need a motion to reopen.
Is there a motion to reopen the public hearing on this? And if so, the time limits?
I'll make a motion to reopen the public hearing with 5 minutes each.
Okay. Okay, there's a motion, a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes, so each side will have 5 minutes.
Okay. The applicant want to come forward this time and
Good afternoon. Josh Pryor from 3025 Charlotte Avenue. As you can see, we submitted the revised sign design. This came from a meeting that we had with the neighbors over at One City. Originally, we proposed to just eliminate that concrete pedestal at the base there, which would drop the sign height to 2 feet off of the sign. So that would put it about 6 feet. There was still concern with pedestrians walking by and the visibility coming out of our development and seeing them. So we proposed also reducing that 18-inch tall tenant graphic area that we had agreed previously with the landowner on the easement side to leave for him. And we got his consent to do that as well. He doesn't have any interest in putting a sign on ours. So that gave us that full reduction of 3.5 feet on the sign. So it's our belief now that when someone is walking by the sign, if they're if they're on the sidewalk and any cars coming out of our development, that you'll be able to see them over the sign at that 4'6" height.
So you're going down 3.5 feet total, but you're in the same location, correct?
Correct, and that's why also on the letter I sent in, attached the development agreement that we have with the landowner for our use on that easement. I believe it's section 2.2 that talks specifically about the sign, which was agreed upon in that final location on those plans that were also part of the original application. Which is why the owner of the easement, the landowner that's granted us the easement, he will not let us move the sign. I think he's even written emails to you guys stating the same.
Okay, any questions? I think you've got it.
I'm sorry. Could you tell me the precise location of the signs? Is it how close to the sidewalk, to the people walking on the sidewalk besides your sign? I'm trying to understand if people are walking shallow side or are coming out of your site, because right now it's construction. Just a full disclosure, I do go to that section quite often because of my physical therapy, so I'm really familiar with that section. And right now, so much construction, so I could not make New Street coming in, the traffic light, and then City Boulevard coming in. It all almost like a 4 points. So try to understand the location of the sign in relation to the new sidewalk, shallow side, and the new easement site.
Okay, so that was the original reason why we submitted for the setback. When we granted the additional 11 feet of right-of-way to the city to construct the new sidewalk, that pushed back our setback line. So now the sign will sit about it's a V shape, so the front tip of the V will sit about 2 feet back from the sidewalk. And it'll straddle the new traffic signal that's right there. That's a part of that 5-way intersection improvement that we did. And then our sidewalk is actually on the other side of our street, near where that backflow preventer cover is. So we don't have any concern with people coming out of our site and going that way, as far as visibility with vehicles there.
So what I'm trying to make out of is because of this picture, it's unfinished. It almost looked like people coming out of your development is run into your sign. So that's what I'm trying to understand, if that's not the case.
No, the front tip of the sign will sit about 2 feet back from the sidewalk, and it'll straddle the traffic signal there. I think it's, 10 feet long? But there's not, the traffic light there too also has a no turn on red, being that it's a 5-way intersection, so people break the law all the time, and, traffic laws, so I can't necessarily control that, but that has also been done and agreed upon with NDOT and approved by NDOT to handle that intersection that way because of that reason. So the sign will be outside of the sidewalk and curb area. It'll be in that kind of grassy area that's still in construction, but it will sit 2 feet back from the sidewalk.
So that sidewalk from your area and sidewalk from Charlotte will be connected, and then your sign will be 2 feet inside of that V.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, Ms. Johnson, it'll be approximately in line with this existing sign, if you see my cursor there. Within 6 inches or so of that, from the back of the sidewalk to the front of that, where it says One City. That neighbor intentionally built their sign. It complies with the code as a monument sign in that where it says One City and then rises up once it clears the setback.
Thank you.
I just had some additional questions. Did you say it's 10 feet long?
Yes, each side of the V is 10 feet.
It's still in that V shape as well?
Correct, yes.
What's the reason for the V shape?
Just to have visibility from both sides.
Okay. And the shrubs, the tall shrubs are still there, or is there any intention of taking them out? They look beautiful, I drive by it, but it does obstruct the other sign.
Those the intention for those was to provide screening for the backside. I can have those redesigned, and they can even be trimmed down to not go higher than the sign. It would look funky to come up the backside of the sign that way.
Any more questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you, sir. We'll hear from the opposition.
Okay, if those parties opposed want to come forward. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Aschenbrunner. I'm here on behalf of
Sir, will you give us your address for the record?
Yes,
please?
I'm sorry, 8 City Boulevard, direct adjacent neighbor to the appellant's property, here on behalf of the One City Owners Association and tenants. I had a lot to say, but we have 5 minutes, so I'm going to try to talk fast and appreciate your time and attention to this. We did have a meeting the same day our response was due to the board with the appellant, and they did show us what they proposed. And I'll say to you all the things that we said to him at that time last week. And I think it needs to be clear, the way they've exhibited their sign as 10 foot by 4.5 foot, you don't see the dimension. It's actually 10 feet by 10 feet by 4.5. And I just want to point out that the average eye height of a person seated in a vehicle is 3.5 feet. So when you put that 2 feet away from a sidewalk, there's no way for a person driving a vehicle to see over that sign and to see pedestrians that are walking behind a sign that is bigger than just a 10-foot plane, a 10-foot by 10-foot volume. So our concerns, and we stated it to the appellant, are the same as before. We appreciate their willingness to convince Mr. Smith to remove his sign, even though that was part of the agreement that was cited. I think reducing it to 4.5 feet doesn't solve any of the problems that the board had with it last time. It certainly doesn't solve the problems that we had with it as well. And in our packet that we sent, I hope you've all had a chance to review the documents that clearly give the flexibility for the location of the sign. It's at the discretion of the appellant within the access area. And the development agreement that was made just a few days after the access easement agreement was made is silent to the location of the sign. It gives Mr. Smith approval of the design of the sign, but not the location, presumably because that was already handled in the previous agreement. I will note that that agreement was made between Mr. Smith and Mr. Smith, and if Mr. Smith wanted to give himself approval rights as to the location of the sign, it would have been quite easy for him to make that agreement with himself. And then lastly...
So let me just ask you, are you saying that legally the monument sign could have been located on the west side of the access road?
Yes. And it could legally be permitted and located anywhere within that entire access easement area per the agreement. And lastly, the development agreement, section 2.4, gives authorities like the BZA and the city to require the sign be located in a better location and one that does not require variance setbacks, more specifically, that does not create a hazard for pedestrians and neighbors.
If I can just add, I'm Wendy Martin with the One City Development and Association at 8 City Boulevard as well. the field change, what Alan was just referencing, we didn't have a copy of this agreement at the time we had the last meeting. So since we've seen that, we do see where it says that governmental authorities have jurisdiction and can make changes to the location.
And those changes aren't required to be approved by Mr. Smith.
Are required to be?
Are
approved?
not, do not require his approval.
And you're looking at the access and facilities easement maintenance agreement?
So the access easement is the one that permits a sign to be located anywhere within that area depicted.
Is that attachment number 2? Is that
It's
what-
number 3,
It is.
Okay, let me
the
get,
development agreement section.
No, I'm sorry. No, the access easement is number 2. The development agreement is the one that allows the BZA the authority to require a change in location of the sign.
so you're saying we have the authority to move it to the west side of the access road?
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, hello. My name is Chris Oakley. I'm the Director of Design at Convexity Properties. We're the owner and developer of the 5-city mixed-use, primarily office building, which shares about 550 feet of the interior lot line with the easement property. One thing that Alan was touching upon, which I believe is in the zoning ordinance, there is a vehicle access. There is a vehicle access section that actually precludes putting anything kind of in line of sight, relative to corner visibility. That is not necessarily, or that's not part of the applicant's variance request. But I guess what I want to touch upon very quickly for the standards of the variance, the physical or the unique characteristics of the property, which the applicant appears to claim is their hardship, is not necessarily true because of the easement agreement and because of other factors in the development agreement. The real situation that I see here is the hardship is 100% self-created by the applicant. The applicant was responsible for the design and the construction of the roadway, of all the infrastructure, of the lighting, of all the things that they're saying are precluding their ability to put the sign somewhere that would not require the variance. The applicant's landlord, the Lot 1 area, does have the sign approval rights, but it also states that those approvals are not to be unreasonably withheld. I think requiring multiple variances from a landlord's perspective is actually unreasonable. The Lot 1 owner is also required to cooperate with the applicant in obtaining governmental approvals, and it appears that is not necessarily being done. Denial of the applicant's request, I believe should facilitate the owner's cooperation to avoid being in breach of their agreement. And I think the applicant just needs to take a deeper dive into the agreements they signed a few years ago. Honestly, there's a lot to unpack here, but I personally see this as an issue between the applicant and the Lot 1 owner. And it shouldn't require, frankly, all of our time. For whatever reason, the applicant sees the variance as the easier path without regard for others who are impacted. So again, please deny this variation. Thank you. Tried to rush through that. I apologize.
So, thank you for that question. So is it your position that it's section 2.2 of this development agreement that essentially requires the owner of the property to grant an easement to the west side if you're taking the position that the applicant, if somehow we approve a location, it's binding on the owner of the property? Is it just section 2.2 you're relying upon in the development agreement, which is on page 2?
Right. So what I was referencing was section 2.4, the field changes,
Okay, I don't have a 2 point. I go from 2.3.
Page 3 of that same agreement.
Yeah, I did not get a page 3.
Oh, I have a copy of it here if you'd like to see it.
Yeah, I didn't get a page 3. I don't know if anybody else did, but I go from page 2 to page 4. So, I think if you could make a copy of that in the record. I mean, I hear what you're saying, which is that your position is that if the BZA were to approve another location, I don't know that we can really do that. I mean, we can either grant a variance or not. We can't just dictate where something's going to be, but I don't see anything that you cited that, and it would be unusual to me to see an agreement where a owner of property has basically said you can have an easement wherever the government says you can have one. And I think I don't have this page 3.
The other point, there is on page 4, there is the government approval cooperation. The landlord or the grantor is obligated to helping the applicant get their approvals. And I think, it's kind of a slightly similar path where denial of the variances, should help motivate the owner of lot 1, to help, their tenant, the applicant, with the sign location. The other thing, if you haven't been by the site, there is a very, very large structure that is the backflow preventer enclosure, all right? The corner of the property just to the west of this intersection where a sign could be located is absolutely useless for the Lot 1 owner to do anything on. It's penned in by this big gray box, that's the backflow preventer. So there are options there. I believe there are options, and I think the first go-around of this, and in the letters I know that one that I sent, this is a very, very confusing intersection already, and the signage, I think, is going to make it much more confusing.
And I think the board's concern is going to be more confusing if people don't know where to go to get to this place.
I understand that, and I think the thing that we did not mention is there have been multiple requests to actually speak with and meet with the applicant about some things that we would be willing and able to support. All right, that may include some variance, honestly, and the applicant is frankly unwilling to talk with us.
So, I mean, what you're telling us is that.
If I could real quick, page 86 is where this agreement is.
Page what?
86 of your PDF.
Okay, this is right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, you're coming in and telling us that there are other places a sign could be located, but the applicant is telling us that they've got to get an easement to put the sign somewhere, and
they have the easement.
They do have the easement, but it's
Yes.
the only place they've got, and I just hear y'all saying, but they could have done something else, or there's another option, but I don't.
I think that maybe what the confusing is the location that we're talking about on the west side is still within that easement. It's still within the same easement. We're just suggesting that it go on the west side of the drive. And frankly, the conversations we've had with the appellant, they could put the exact sign that they have now without making any alterations to it on the west side. And that to us makes more sense and is a safer place.
And they've told us they prefer to have it there. Actually, 2 years ago, they were working on putting it over there. And so if I could, the last thing is, even if we can agree to disagree what all the agreements say there legally, giving them the opportunity to put it on the other side. There is still the potential for them to design a sign that doesn't require a 10-foot by 10-foot by 4.5-foot sign to be blocking the sight line and creating the challenge. We met with the appellant immediately following the meeting 3 weeks ago out in the lobby. We went and looked at the site immediately following that meeting. We said there's a vertical pylon sign that could work. There are other opportunities that are probably, from a cost standpoint, no more expensive than taking the sign they've already fabricated and cutting it in half and putting it down and not solving any of the problems. And so they didn't look at or present any solution that doesn't require the setback. They're just trying to put the same sign in the same place instead of listening to everybody's concerns.
Okay, we appreciate that. Any further questions? Okay, thank y'all. I would like to make a motion that we hear from the applicant, because my understanding last time was that we had settled this issue, that it could not be located on the west side, and I'd like to hear. So
Yeah,
does
we got new documents that we provided since that last meeting.
Okay, any objection to recalling the applicant? Okay, so if the applicant could come up and. So I think you heard what I thought we had it settled last time, and I did not. I thought last time the opposition didn't push back on this. Maybe I just missed it, but I thought we had it settled that you could not locate the sign on the west side of this access road because the landlord would not let you, or the property owner, should say landlord, would not let you. They're saying that that option is available to you. So tell us what your position is on that, please, sir.
No, we've approached the landowner, and the agreement says that the landowner has to approve it first, and then we submit for governmental approval.
Right.
I think the other part about, I think that he was referring to regarding if the BZA tells us to move the sign over to the other side, that's a section regarding field changes. Obviously, I haven't started it yet, so there isn't an opportunity for field changes until we've at least started it.
I see where it requires a landlord to approve the location. That's what I read. You're saying this is the landlord. Did you ask the landlord to approve the west side?
Yes, and he said
would
no.
not do it.
No, because of his future plans for that lot.
Because what?
Because he has future plans for that lot.
Okay. Pardon me?
I remembered that from last.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't think unless anybody's got any further questions.
I had a question for Joey,
Okay, Joey, you have a question?
Okay.
and forgive me, because I'm probably not going to articulate this very well, but it was my understanding that this intersection has changed a lot over the last several years. Every time I drive by it, I'm always like a little confused because it just looks completely different than it did last year. And so is it true that like that sort of V shape that we're seeing where there's like the pedestrian light and the sign and everything else, did codes or someone sort of ask for more right of way to do? I just want to make sure I was clear on that. And what year did that happen? Because this agreement is from 2021, and I'm anticipating that they signed that agreement before the city did what they did. And I just wanted to clear that up in my brain.
The timing of the city acquired additional right of way from the developer. At the time we issued the first permit, the L-shaped one, the right of way was 15 or 10 feet more away from that. But they built it in anticipation of right of way getting taken so that they'd still be in compliance. This one, in the review of the permit itself, the examiner in my office, our maps didn't show this right of way being taken. So the site plan that you see here listed this hatched area here. The examiner looked at the sign and took the 15-foot setback required from believing this to be the correct right-of-way, whereas the right-of-way itself was here.
Okay, that's
So-
what I remember. Thank you for clearing that up. Thank you.
I don't know who to address the question. I understand the setback from the street. Is there any way the sign meet the setback if the V shape has changed? Or is it impossible to meet no matter what kind of sign will be placed in that section? Just out of curiosity.
The side setback variance is located along that angled line that you see there. The setback for that, I think, is going to be required regardless of anywhere in that space. Because the side setbacks, this is ORI zoning. The side setbacks for ORI zoning are based upon road frontage, start at 10 feet. So there's going to be a variance there regardless. I don't think that area is 10 feet wide in its largest space. But the number of the sign square footage for this ORI that they're building under, we took it upon, based upon a lot frontage of 100 to 199 feet, and that requires a 25-foot side setback. So clearly that space is not 25 feet. Try to see if I had a shot of it in here.
Well, it seems to me the applicant didn't create their own hardship because of the city's dedicated right-of-way. It ended up they do not have adequate setback. So it's not their fault. I think my only concern is sign. The new design is definitely better as far as visibility is concerned, but I'm kind of trying to understand if that sign, that biggest, will be obstruct to the pedestrian or the vehicular access. So that's the determination I'm kind of having a hard time.
I think in looking at the kind of sight lines I had last time, I mean, one thing I was sure of, depending on what direction you're coming from, if you're coming from the going east, then it's going to obstruct the signs that are there. If you're coming from the west, it's not. So it's kind of, it's also a little bit of who got there first. But I don't, and I understand they're kind of second guessing the applicant on, well, could you have done something legally? I don't see that in these documents. I do not see that the landlord, keep saying landlord, the property owner ever said, you can put it where it's, even though it's my property, you can put it wherever it's approved. But really, that's what we're here to decide. Is there a hardship based on the shape of the land and what's going on? And I think there is. And then the other thing is, I think we all talked about last time, it would probably create more confusion and to not have this place have a sign so that people know where to turn. And I do think that our concern last time was the height of the sign. They've reduced it quite a bit. I don't see a better plan. That's where I think that they've kind of addressed the concern that at least some of us had last time, which is that can you do a little bit better and reduce the size of the sign? But at any rate.
Mr. Chairman, I completely agree with you. So I would want to hear from any of our design professionals if they had an opinion about that, because from my perspective, I agree with you that I think this is a hardship just based off of the space where it's designated, the city right away. They have an easement on the other side where the landlord has told them they can't build it there, so they don't have a right there. They don't own that. They don't have a right there. And then, I'm not a design professional, so I'm going to defer to Mr. Cole and Ms. Kaepernick, but I think they reduced it up by almost half, the height of it, which I appreciate them doing that. So if there's something more that we think needs to happen, I'm definitely interested, but I do appreciate, those were my comments.
I think they did reduce it, obviously, but it does seem like it will still be in conflict with the existing sign, and there is no winner in this because both properties need to be signed so people aren't slamming on their brakes on Charlotte Pike trying to figure out where to go. That's my concern. I drive this area a lot. So, ideally, there's something in our packet that shows the One City sign head on. I don't know if it's in the PowerPoint. It's on page 15. Ideally, in my design brain, you would see the Haven sign in that, you would kind of see it past the One City sign. I can't describe it without I could show you, but, so ideally it would be placed in a way that you can see both signs. It would not be in a V shape, but both signs would mutually be able to be seen, and that's what I would do as a designer to try to alleviate this issue, because both properties have the right to have their property signed and be seen. So that's my design solution. However, we're not here to do that, but if that was me, that's what I would have presented.
You know, I do think they've demonstrated a significant effort to reduce the size of the sign. You know, that's what we discussed last time. You know, you want the sign to be legible, right? So we can't make it too small. It has to be able to read the sign from a car. So, you know, at this point, you know, I don't think there's a perfect solution. I don't think there's, you know, a solution where everyone wins. So, I don't know, this is kind of the best result, I think, from where we deliberated.
I'll make a motion if that's what you were going to ask for.
Okay, go ahead.
I make a motion that we approve the variance due to the hardship demonstrated due to the existing right-of-way, the designated area for signs, and then also the existing easement that they don't have permission to use on that side. And based off of those hardships and the applicant's demonstration to reduce their sign, that we approve it with whatever conditions I feel like maybe any of my colleagues have. But I do think that there's a hardship. They've demonstrated a hardship, and we should approve it. That's my motion.
I'll second that. So there's a motion, a second. Any further discussion?
Well, I can't vote in favor because I do see there's some kind of issue here with conflict with the signs, and I do think there's a different solution that hasn't been presented. I really worry about the signs conflicting. I mean, already we can't see the One City sign with the shrubs there. I just worry about people realizing they've gone past it because they just saw the sign at the last minute. They slam on their brakes. That's a safety concern for me, so I can't vote in favor.
Okay. Any,
She made a good point, though, that I did forget about about the shrubbery and how it shouldn't conflict with the sign. So I would like to amend my own motion that the applicant either remove the shrubs or cut them down to a point where they aren't interfering with the visibility of the neighbor's sign and their own sign.
okay, and I'll second that. Any further discussion?
I still have a little concern about the length or size of the sign, because this is an intersection, and from that new easement, people coming in make right, and 10-foot long, and with that kind of block the view to safely turn right by right. So that would be my concern. But we are not designing the sign, so I don't know what sign will give more safer for the pedestrian and, you know, vehicular crossing. So I'm still having a hard time with that.
You make a good point about the 10 feet long for the sign. I don't think it needs to be 10 feet long. I mean, a lot of that sign is just decoration. It's not, it's visually appealing perhaps, but it's not necessary to sign the site. I mean, all you really need is that Haven at Charlotte. I mean, maybe it's not going to be a beautiful sign, but at least you can see it and see the other sign.
So are you saying like remove that first, 57 inches, the accent tube from it?
Right. I mean, sure, it's not going to be as nice, but at least it's not serving, it's obstructing the other sign. I just worry about driving that area and people slamming on their brakes, and because you need to see signs. If you go past it, you're going to slam on your brake because you want to make that turn. You don't want to go and fool with that intersection, and that's my opinion.
Okay, well, it's, I seconded the motion, and it, now you lobbed in, I appreciate it. I think before the motion was made, and I was glad to second, I thought that was probably the best alternative, but I hear Mr. Cole, I think, saying too, maybe it could be reduced even more. So at any rate, we have a motion and a...
Well, I mean, Mr. Pepper, if you're rethinking your second, I can just withdraw the motion.
Yeah, I am. I mean, I think, okay.
I'll just withdraw it.
I think I am. Would you be willing to well, I think that, I don't know, I think that at this point, if the majority of the board believes that there can be a better design, I don't think we want to be picking the design out. I think we want to defer it again, and so
But I think it would help help the applicant if we, I know that Mr. Cole and Ms. have given some guidance, but like even just a little bit more detail of what you guys will think, because it's like you said, we're kind of in a hard spot because we're not the people who are supposed to create it, but there's some things it sounds like very specifically that you guys think would alleviate it. So I think we should give that direction. That's just my 2 cents.
Well, I would reduce the sign down to just what's necessary, which is the Haven at Charlotte, and omit the accent tubes. And that should allow the One City sign some better visibility. I don't know that it needs to be in a V shape. It's really hard to tell how it's gonna, it'd be nice to have, there is a mock-up on the site I see in this photo that's not on our screen, but it's in the board packet. If it could be mocked up, so that they can see where the sign is and they can check on the visibility of both signs from both sides. I think that would be helpful as well.
I also think that sign needs to have the address number on it, and it'd be nice to see it marked up in relation to the sign that's directly behind it.
do y'all have a problem with the current height, or would you be willing to let, if it's a smaller width, would you be willing to let it go higher, or what do you have a thought on the height?
I think the mock-up would help
determine
that. I don't know how to answer that without.
Are you getting all this?
Can I speak to this?
Well, we'd have to, I don't think I think the best thing to do is kind of listen, because you're going to be coming back, that's for sure. So if you have a question about we can open up the hearing, I think, to take a question about if you have any confusion about what the board members are saying about what they're requesting. It's pretty clear to me so far. They're saying eliminate this 57 inches of tubing and stick just with a sign, put a street number on it. And then I've kind of got a pending question about, and they've also said they'd like to see a mock-up, and there's concerns about whether you need the V shape or whether you could get by with just a single, non-V shape. And then in terms of the height, I think what I've heard is that also depends on the mock-up. So is any of that not clear? Okay.
I think, we are not designing the sign.
Right,
Best thing we can do is least intrusive to the existing sign, because the original height was clearly blocking the sign if you are coming towards downtown from west to eastbound. But when you're coming from east to westbound, yes, existing sign can be very visible.
And I was going to point that out. I don't normally come the way, my favorite coffee shop is in L&L Market, so I'm normally coming from town too. And I don't know, and I could be wrong, but I don't know if I would see this sign, even this sign at this height, if it's behind the One City sign. And so I think, I will, just for the record, I do think, given the problematic place that these signs are going, like Mr. Pepper said, it's really a directional thing on whether or not you're going to see certain signs. And I don't know if we can solve for that. I'm still supportive of the deferral, just so you know, because I think it's a hard issue. But I just wanted that to be, I wanted to note that, because I do think it's hard depending on which way you're coming from.
Yeah, I agree. We don't want to create winner and loser of which sign is visible or who comes first and so forth. Yes, totally agree. But I think my point is just safety, because this proposed sign area is smaller, but monument is big, and monument is actually blocking appearance of the blocking. So if my request would be less intrusive and less blocking and more safe for the pedestrian and vehicular access. That would be my request.
Okay. All right, well, I'll make a motion that we defer for one meeting. I would ask the applicant, care if I went up to ask him one question? Is 2 weeks enough, the next meeting, or do you need 4 weeks, or do you need more than that? You've heard what I think the board is looking for.
No, I think 2 weeks is enough.
Okay.
There's not room in
Okay, so we'll,
But I'll take it back to our design agency, because
We'll-
we're restricted mostly by that traffic signal.
okay, I'll make a motion and we defer it till the next meeting.
I second.
So there's a motion, and a second, any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Okay, so that passes.
Case 50 will be deferred till June 20th. This location, same room, this is the notice for that hearing.
Mr. Harris, we could take a
Okay.
break for 5 minutes before we finish
Sounds
our
good, sir.
last few
Okay.
cases.
We'll be in recess. Looking at our agenda, we've got 2 items remaining for today. Okay, the next case, as soon as I find my glasses. Next case is 2024-64, Four Stone Capital LLC, the appellant.
Joey,
Yes.
just to make sure we get it on the record, the last time this case came before us, I had to recuse myself from it due to a conflict with my prior employer, but that conflict no longer exists, so I will be able to participate today.
All right, thanks for putting that on there. And this is a new case, so I don't have to ask you guys questions of whether you'd seen it before. This case is an amendment of a previously approved BZA case. These are properties owned by the Reed District Land Co-Partners LLC. That includes the properties listed here. I'm not reading every one of those out, but requesting a special exception from height at setbacks within the slope control plane in the CF EZO district. The appellant is constructing mixed-use development. So let me recap. These are the subject properties, and you'll see on the next map the properties involved. But this is the area that we're talking about. This is West End, just west of the interstate loop as you're headed out toward the fork with Broadway. West End Fork is just past here to the southwest. The Broad West development, if you're familiar with that building, that's right here in the southern portion, bottom portion of the slide. These are the properties that owned by Reed District. These are the parcels at issue. So if you'll see, essentially 3 areas designated in the prior appeal case as a parcel A, which would be the parcel that fronts along Charlotte, along Hay Street. Parcel B, which is the larger area, makes up this area, and then parcel C, which was listed here. I gave you a breakdown on this side of the previous special exception. The board approved a plan that permitted on parcel A 20 stories, so up here maximum story of 20. Along this blue parcel was 32 stories, and then parcel C was approved for 39 stories. In parentheses is the request today is to up those stories from 20 to 30 on A, from 32 to 35 here, and on parcel C from 39 to 45 stories. Give you more an idea, of breakdown of where we're talking about. White Castle is not currently part of that, so it's for folks who like White Castle. I'm sure it's great. Okay, parcels on Church Street. Okay, some views of the subject site, my visit out there to the subject site, give you some ground shots of all of these properties involved, but brief overviews. I'm going to go back to this. Again, you've got a recommendation from the Plan Commission for approval. We had received, I think, some comments from opposition, but I think the appellants have met with those. I don't believe there's opposition present, but I will call if there's opposition present today for case 64. Mr. Chairman, seeing none, Mr. Cooper, you'll have 5 minutes to present your testimony to the board.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board. I'm John Cooper with the law firm Holland & Knight, 511 Union Street. I would like to make just a technical correction. The appellant is actually Hines. It's listed as Four Stone. 2 were filed by my assistant on the same day, both height special exceptions, and I think somewhere a name got transposed, but Hines is the appellant. The property owner's name and information is correct. So I'm here representing Hines, who is the property owner and developer of the former Reed car dealership site on Broadway. Hines obtained a special exception for height from the BZA in 2020 and again in 2022. We're here today seeking another 2-year extension and an increase in height, as Mr. Hargis mentioned, and I'll explain why in a minute. But parcel A on Hay Street would go from 20 to 30 floors. Parcel B on Broadway from 32 to 35 floors. And parcel C on Broadway from 39 to 45 floors. The height increases are because of changes to the major and collector street plan, which is really the reason we're back here today. The previous requests were under the old MCSP, which, as you know, dictates the amount of right-of-way that must be dedicated. Metro did a comprehensive review of this site and the immediate area to do a significant change to the Major and Collector Street plan to require significantly more right-of-way. Hines was a collaborative partner with Metro in that, but it's going to, just for scope purposes, they are dedicating over 2 acres of right-of-way, which is about 18% of the site. So it's a significant reduction in buildable area just to create this complete street network. It's going to greatly enhance mobility in the area. It's going to create a neighborhood that will allow people to come in and out of town without, be able to safely get off on bike lanes without coming down Broadway. It's going to be a major transformation of the area and a major mobility improvement for the city. So that's why we're seeking the addition in height to kind of somewhat offset that. We're also seeking a modification of some of the conditions that planning had added in 2022, which they have now, we agree with the conditions that are in the planning department's letter that you received for this matter. So all of the conditions as listed, we're in agreement with. The changes in conditions are related to the MCSP to clarify some provisions that are no longer applicable. It also replaces the Broadway half-section exhibit to reflect the changes in the MCSP. It also clarifies that the historic Coke building that they are preserving can be rebuilt in its existing location. If for some reason they had to rebuild it, it would be allowed to be rebuilt in the same location. They're keeping the facade, but if for life safety reasons they end up having to take part of the building out, this clarifies that it would go back in the same place. So a representative from Hines is here if you have any technical questions. But again, this is really just an extension and a height increase as a result of the MCSP changes. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Are those conditions you noted in your letter dated March 18th, 2024?
The conditions, I had proposed some conditions that were in that letter. I had some back and forth discussions with planning. So the conditions that are in the planning department's updated letter are those.
Yeah, and my question was, are you comfortable with those conditions?
Yes, we're comfortable with those conditions. The other conditions as listed in my letter that aren't related to planning, those would need to be part of the order. And that's a result of an agreement that they reached with Broad West regarding some height, some setbacks and height areas. And so we have preserved those and have met with Broad West, and they're in agreement that they're protected.
So there's 2 sets of conditions. One is in. No.
There are. It's complicated because you had the 2020 order that had some, and then that changed in 2022, and now those 22 conditions are changing because of the MCSP. So it's a combination of the old conditions plus the revised planning conditions. Sorry, it's complicated.
Can you get the zoning department the actual conditions?
Yes, we can make sure that they have, that the
ones
order
from planning,
reflects,
the
yes.
ones you agreed to with Broad West?
Yes.
Any more questions for the applicant?
If you would briefly explain to me, I know you are dedicating extra road place, easement. So therefore you are requesting height. And for that reason, you are kind of decreasing a setback or, the triangular. If you would explain the triangular theory, just briefly. I think I follow it, but I'm a visual person. So just the letter is a little bit hard to follow.
So we did submit all of the plans that were with that, but the properties, the current zoning for the property, CF, core frame, the height control plane applies, meaning you basically have to, I think it's a 1.5 to 1, I think, Joey, that you have to step back. And so what it results in is these, it would be a weird triangle building. And so what the special exception allows you to do is to pierce that height control plane in order to get the additional height.
Yeah, that's what I thought I was reading about the planning is agree with all this
They
exception
do, yes.
and
Planning
condition.
is in support of the height increase.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for the applicant? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and discuss.
Yeah, I think the request seems to make a lot of sense. I think the hardship is there. Well, sorry, it's not a hardship because it's a special exception, but I think the conditions are satisfied based upon the addition of the collector street right away. Appreciate the applicant engaging with their office tower next door to work out some conditions. So I'll take a shot at this. I'll make a motion that we approve the special exception subject to the conditions as agreed between Broadwest and the applicant and the conditions outlined by the planning department in their May 29th memorandum.
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, that passes. Thank you. Next case.
Okay, next case, case 2024-77, the residence of 1400 block of Quarter Drive. The appellant BL and BW Investment Properties LLC, the owner of the property of the subject parcel located at 1411 Quarter Drive, requesting an item A appeal challenging the zoning administrator's issuance of permits number 2024-018676 in the R10 district, referred to the board under section 1740-180 item A. Jurisdiction also 1740-180 item A. In this case, I'll kind of wearing two hats here, so I'll do the staff, show you the photographs, and then I will come to the table, give you my reasons for issuing the permit as referenced. After my 10 minutes, I do not get a rebuttal unless you ask me questions during the thing. I know there's a large group here. You guys have seen sort of how it works, but after the introduction, once you start in the testimony, I will hand the clock to our legal counsel. Congratulations, Ann, I just volunteered you to start and stop the clock. It will start on testimony. It stops for questions and your answer to those questions, but once the timekeeper feels you're back into testimony, they'll restart the clock. That 10 minutes and I know there's a large group of folks here from Quarter, that 10 minutes is for all of y'all. So if you've got spokespeople or people that want to talk, hopefully while you're sitting here, you've divided up who's using what. You also will have a period for rebuttal. So of that 10 minutes, you'll have to save some of that 10 minutes for your rebuttal to both my testimony and to Mr. Michaels, the builder, any other parties, their 10-minute testimony. So hope that clarifies that. So with that, I'll start with the staff portion of this, and then I'll come around and give you my reasons. The subject parcel is located on the southwest margin of Quarter and Sheridan Drive, which you see, turn my pointer on right here. Again, it's an item A appeal. Subject of the appeal is the permit issued for this structure currently under construction here on the subject property. The existing house faces Sheridan. This house faces Quarter. And then a view on the next photograph of houses along Quarter on that section of the code. I will put up the section of the zoning code that deals with this, in which the appellants have appealed my interpretation. With that, that'll end the staff portion of this, and I'll come around, and Chairman, if you'll give me a minute to reset the clock for our good legal counsel, I'll start my portions. Good afternoon, members of the board. Joey Hargis, 800 Second Avenue South. I'm the Metro Zoning Administrator, and I want to go over a little bit about the code and why I made this decision and interpretation, and also point out some of the materials submitted to you by the appellant. In this case, I have submitted for the record a letter to the board members. Hopefully you all have it, spelling out my reasons for it. But I want to take a moment. This is the applicable section in the front facade of a principal structure on a corner lot. And I won't read this all to you, but the issue is letter C. Letters A, B, and D are inapplicable. So to give you some background on this, duplexes in the zoning code with the adoption of this zoning code in 1995, it was started in 95, adopted in 98. Duplexes were only allowed in a single structure or in a structure, it's kind of an umbilical that had the little connector, looked like an H on the maps. And you'd see them all through Green Hills. The council allowed, that was the only way you could do duplexes under the zoning code when we first adopted. The council at some time in the early 2000s decided that the umbilicals just weren't working. So they came up with the current layout that allowed duplexes to either be two detached structures on a lot separated by 6 feet apart, or two units that share a common interior wall of 80%. So that's the layout. But the important part to remember is that this section existed first. So this section, as you can tell, would deal with situations in which a single-family residence or a duplex in a single structure, which way is that house supposed to be oriented when we're talking about corner lots? And it gives the zoning administrator, which at the time would have been Sonny West, followed by me for a short period after Mr. West passing, and then Bill Herbert, John Michael, back to me now. We've always applied, we've used this section to deal with the situation the council created for us of separated duplexes. So how do we orient them? And from Sonny's initial interpretation and application of this section of the code, which doesn't envision the situation that's here before you, is how to apply. We've always allowed that rear structure, if they wanted to face the side street. So the one house would face one street, the other house would face the other street. I want to point out in the applicant's submittal to you in the booklet that they've given you, they will, which you'll see in a minute, they've given you examples of corner lots in which houses face the longer lot line, but none of them are this situation. This situation is a corner lot where the principal structure faces the longer of the two lot lines and the second resident faces the shorter. So we have from time to time, one example in which they submit to you is Appendix 132 is exactly what we have here today. None of the examples that they've submitted to you are anything like today's example, except example 132, where you've got the...
Mr. Hart,
yes.
just to clarify, the quarter is the longer or the shorter?
Quarter is the shorter of the two lot lines in this case.
Okay.
Yeah, the subject lot is the...
For the whole of the lot?
The whole of the lot, yes, sir. Tamika, if you could flip to the next page. Let's go back one, if you don't mind. Back one more, please. To the zoning map. There you go. So in the instances that which you have here, Sheridan is the longer of the two frontages. So the zoning code says that the house should always face the longer lot line unless the zoning administrator finds criteria to allow it to face the shorter street. I mean, it's supposed to face the shorter unless I've got that backwards. The longer of the two lot lines is quarter. The shorter of the two is Sheridan. So we allowed them to face quarter in this instance. And if you'll go back, because the predominant pattern along quarter is quarter itself. So I wanted the houses to face a line with quarter. The alternative here that complies with the written letter of the code is that instead of having the front door face the public street, like in my bottom thing, their front door faces the back of the house. So that would comply with the code as written, but that makes no sense. It makes no sense to have the front door oriented in this instance to the shorter of the two lot lines.
Aren't there a lot of front back HPRs around?
They're all over the county.
Yeah.
They're absolutely all over the county. The opposition's giving you examples all through their appendix with that. And it's always, as I testify to now, that this department dealt with this allowance of a separation of a duplex to be in two separate structures, to allow that back unit to face the other lot, the other street, if you will, whether it's longer or shorter. The code predates that setup. So the idea that single-family houses, you've seen those in the old lots where the house faced the intersection, it's kind of catty-cornered. So when we have those come down, they have to generally face the shorter of the two lot lines, unless I feel the zoning area makes more sense to face it the other way. Or we'd let them go back kind of catty-corner. So in this case, to comply by the code, which I think is a worse example, they could face the front door toward the back of the house here, and it complies with the written law of the code, so that house faces.
And if they did that, I mean, the structure otherwise could be the same, exact same size and.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And the nature of the applicant's appeal, they'll come in before you to tell you that they disagree with the orientation of the house. They don't. They disagree that this house, they believe that this house should have the contextual overlay applied to it. There's a contextual overlay that starts with the next house on the lot, then runs the entire block, that was adopted by the Metro Council, that put an overlay over that to reduce the size of new buildings, to reduce the heights of new buildings, to stop or to delay inevitably tall skinnies from going into neighborhoods with existing ranch houses.
But this lot is not.
This lot was
part of
intentionally left out. And as stated in my letter, when the zoning examiner started the review, I was shocked that this was not part of the overlay, because the zoning code requires when council does an overlay like that, it has to take the entire block face into account. It says it, I listed the code section in my letter. That's what they're supposed to do. Now, the Metro Council can do whatever they'd like.
Well, do you think it was omitted because of the block, this was actually on a Sheridan block face instead of on a corner block face?
I think there may be some considerations to that. But when I look at the zoning code, it doesn't take that into consideration at all. It says that contextual overlay should encounter the entire block face. It doesn't distinguish which way the houses face on it. The idea is that you create that, and for the most part in the county, which is a shock to me that this one was out, I pulled a copy of the council bill and are we sure this is just wrong? But no, it was intentionally left out. So for whatever the reasons, the council can choose that, they did. The initial complaints that came to our office were from Ms. Gluck. Why are they not, and to the council member, which was then forwarded to me, why are they not applying the contextual overlay to this parcel? Simple, I told the council member. It's not part of the overlay. I can't apply the overlay standards to a parcel it's not, nor do we allow for contextual street setbacks that we go inside overlays or outside overlays to drag stuff into an overlay. So that's the long and short of it. But I'll point out to you that in the appellant's own letter, Appendix 132 is on Sheridan Road anyway. This is exactly what we're doing here. Both houses in this case, both houses are facing the shorter lot line in the instance. One could turn one way versus another, but they chosen to both face the shorter of the two, which is what the code calls for. But if they came into our office and the layout of that lot sort of makes sense in that particular layout. But if you look through the rest of them, all of the layouts that are here would be examples of houses that face the longer lot line. In most of these instances, if we pulled the plans of them, these houses face the longer lot lines.
And part of the issue here is that as I sort of see it, a lot of times when you see these going in, you have a full demolition of both residential structures on a lot, as opposed to sort of, wedging something behind an existing structure. Is that right? I mean, that's sort of what.
I would say it varies, but in a lot of instances, they wipe the entire site.
Okay.
And decide to build two back.
Does your office and staff, when you have a circumstance where you have this, HPRs, I know, occupy an odd space, both sort of sitting somewhere in that single family world and somewhere in the duplex world. Legally, obviously, it's one lot, they're duplexes, but as we're standing there looking at it from the street, it looks like a single family structure. And so, can you talk a little bit about how y'all consider the long versus short when you do have sort of an HPR and you're kind of splitting this? Because I mean, in that case, the shorter side, if you're looking at just the portion where this residence is, the shorter side is on Quarter and the longer side would be on Sheridan. So
the zoning code in the definition sections for setbacks gives an illustration that's similar to the situation that we have here. It's more in keeping with the illustrations that the applicant puts in their appendices. But when you look at you've got the narrower front, and obviously the code's a part of this record, but I'll show it to you guys. You've got the rectangle lot, the narrower lot line. The house faces this way. The zoning code says that it shows right in the thing that the rear setback should be opposite where the house is facing. So in this case, I did apply the rear setback in an effort to mitigate its effect on the contextual parcels to the south. I applied a 20-foot setback off of that size. I could have fielded, I guess, the opposite item A from the builder that we considered this the front, and I applied a 20-foot rear setback from the eastern property line, therefore doing a 5-foot setback from these neighbors to the south. I think that's not the result that you want. It's even more to the accepting the neighbors that this is intrusive. It's more intrusive that it sits 15 feet closer to them than it does now. I did have a discussion with Councilmember Cap at the time and told him we initially, our office made that interpretation that the setback was the eastern property line rear setback and the southern property line be 5 feet. I did change that to apply a 20-foot rear setback along the southern property boundary, in which the applicant submitted a revised site plan, and I issued a permit on it based upon that. But all along, the neighbors have a right to appeal our interpretations to the code. Don't take that personally. But the vast majority of the literature submitted by the appellants in this case talks about the contextual overlay, the contextual overlay, the contextual overlay. The contextual overlay, I'm telling you, board members, does not apply in this case. I would love for it to apply. I think it should apply in this case if the council had included it. If the council had followed the zoning regulations as written that require that the entire block face be covered in an overlay, we would have applied the overlay.
But that's their error, not yours.
I wouldn't say, well, I think it's an error on their part. That's my opinion. I told the council member that. I think it was a mistake to leave these parcels off. But the zoning code mandates on the council, which it can't do, that the council has to do certain things. It says they have to rezone the whole corner. The zoning code can't tell the council to do anything. The council in Tennessee makes the ultimate decision on zoning regulations. To the extent that this outcome is not great or not what neighbors want, how do you fix that? You amend the code. You fix the code. I think in this instance, applying that the front setback's somehow wrong in this case, the alternative fix to the builders, they put the front of the house, they put a front facade on the long end of the house and face the rear of the existing. That's not that changes nothing.
I mean, the structure is the same. It's exactly.
The structure is exactly what it is, and the code, it now meets the letter of the code. But I don't think the letter of the code, and that's where zoning administrators come in, is to interpret and enforce the code to get a result that that the council wants to do. It's sort of, as I've told council members, I'm part of a symphony that plays the music that you write. I may not like your music. I'll be happy to tell you that song's terrible. I don't like it. Suggestions for doing it a different way, but at the end of the day, I'm going to apply the code. In this particular case, I did use the discretion granted to me in the code to allow it to face the longer of the two lot lines because for me, the predominant pattern of this structure that we're looking at faces quarter. It should face quarter to match the other houses that face quarter. And I am sympathetic as to, hey, the neighbors went out and took the effort to create an overlay for their neighborhood. I don't know why the council member for the time left this out of the overlay. They shouldn't have. They should have included this in the overlay. It would have done multiple things. One, reduce the size of the footprint that can be built on this lot, and two, reduce the height of the structure depending on averages. Looking at the houses out there, the average home in this house in that strip of quarter is clearly under 27 feet. This house would have been restricted to a story and a half at 27 feet had it been included into the overlay. It wasn't. So as I've told the council member, I've told the neighbors, I sympathize with your arguments, but had they put this in the overlay, we wouldn't have the issue in front of us today. I don't think the front door orientation is really what they're mad about. if it was in the overlay and the front door faces where it is now, but it was, let's say they were coming to seek a variance to be taller, I would get where this comes from. But the argument is this house should have the overlay applied to it. That's what I've heard from January. I hear today, it was even told in the document submitted by the appellant that are in this booklet right here that's been provided to you. They argue about the overlay. The overlay's not in front of you.
And this was in there, I just want to confirm, you were, I think I saw a letter that you notified the applicant within like days of this,
Yes.
of this appeal, and that this appeal, or on the day of this appeal, and this
Yes.
appeal came in within like days of the permit being
Yes,
issued.
it was. Yes.
So.
Neighbors have been aware of this application from
Well,
January on.
and I'd just say, because I think the photos we're looking at show a house that's
It is.
that's been under,
It is.
had some work done on it.
It is, and I want to clarify that for the record before my time runs out. This permit, by our standard, is legally and properly issued. We are not going to post a stop warrant to stop this job. I'll stop jobs, and you guys have seen it. I'll stop a job if we erred in issuing the permit. The sign case that was in front of you is one of those. We issued a permit in error. It should have been differently. This one, because it was issued, we were asked by the neighbors to post a stop work notice or asked, why aren't you stopping it? I believe the council member reached out to a member of the coast department who told him that we would post a stop work notice. The director and I both told that employee, we cannot. We'll be subject to a lawsuit if we do, because the only way to stop this on a perfectly, on a legally issued permit is for the appellants to go seek a temporary restraining order in court. Or if we've issued the permit in error, we can stop it.
But you can and you did put them on notice.
We put them on notice immediately, and they proceeded at their own risk, and Mr. Michael and his clients were told that they proceeded at their own risk. So, to the extent, weigh that in, but, it's not something that, I saw a lot of emails, why isn't Codes doing something to stop this? That's why, because, to get a TRO is not easy. A, B, you have to post bonds, you have to do that. The neighbors were entitled to that remedy all along. But anyway, that's the gist of my appeal.
Questions?
Any other
Mr.
questions you
Hargis?
might have for me?
Thank you.
Okay, thank y'all.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hog the mic from everybody.
You did hog the microphone, but that's okay.
So we'll hear from the applicant. So, do remember, it's 10 minutes. You can divide it however you want to.
If I may, before the applicant.
Sure.
Some of the council members.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Thank you. No, and one thing I'll start by noting is your agenda reflects that this.
If you could make sure your mic is on.
Sorry.
And if you could state your name for the record.
Clay Cap, Councilmember for District 6. Thanks for your time today and for your careful attention to this complex question, which I think there's no doubt that this is complex. And one indication of that, your agenda reflects that this is in Council District 7. It's on the border, but it's not. It's in Council District 6. When the lines were changed at the last redistricting, this was moved into Council District 6. And so when this overlay was done, it was in Council District 7, but Sheridan is the border between the districts. And I'm here today to stand with the appellants in this case. This is a group of people who did everything lawful, everything appropriate to ensure the continuation of the architectural context of their neighborhood and particularly of their block face along corridor. You've heard some characterization of what appellants will be arguing. I'd ask you to listen carefully to what appellants are actually going to argue. They're not going to argue that this parcel is covered by the overlay. So despite some emails to that effect back in January, that's not what appellants are arguing today, and that's not what I am arguing to you today. Just like Mr. Hargis, I was initially surprised and somewhat confused as well. But Councilmember Benedict, who sponsored this, will be here, and I'll ask the board to hear from her briefly when I'm concluded about how this overlay was constructed and why. But the short answer is because this lot fronts Sheridan. And when this overlay was included, it protected the entire block face of corridor. Now, there's no denying that HPRs are lawful under state law, and there's no denying that overlays run with the parcel. And we are not here today to argue that the overlay applies to this parcel, and you won't hear that from appellants. So I'd ask you to not consider that characterization made by staff. But this is an unusual situation. It involves discretion. It involves discretion in several different aspects. And in some cases, that discretion evolved over time. There was some discussion about where the setback should be. I am very appreciative of the setback being, for this new structure, being determined to be a south setback of 20 feet instead of 5. That had been the initial plans that had been available for viewing, which indicated a structure that fronted quarter and had a 5-foot side setback to the quarter houses to the south of it. I took exception to that because for the purposes of the overlay, for the purposes of planning, the lot faces Sheridan, but for purposes of the setback, it was initially ruled that this new structure faced quarter. So the appellant sort of getting, the application of the zoning rules contrary to what they had sought and had enacted on their behalf, flipping based on whether we're talking about which way the lot fronts and then which way the new structure will face for the purposes of the setback. So I am appreciative of that ruling on the setback, or that initial decision on the setback, but fundamentally the situation is still the same. This lot fronts Sheridan. It was excluded from the overlay because it fronts Sheridan. The overlay protects the architectural context of quarter, and for the purposes of this permit, even though the lot fronts Sheridan, there's now a structure facing quarter that's out of context. One thing that's important that I'd like to emphasize to the board is how it feels as a resident who has gone to this effort to have something like this occur. Plans are available showing a 5-foot setback. Luckily, their council member was able to advocate to get it to a 20-foot setback, but fundamentally the problem is still in place, that there's an out-of-context house fronting their street. And I'd ask you to disregard Mr. Hargis's characterization of what they're actually appealing today. They are appealing the frontage of the house, and I'll ask you to carefully consider that. But the context is something that is related to how this was originally done, and I'm going to ask Councilmember Benedict to speak to that, because this is a lot that faces Sheridan. Now there's a structure on it facing quarter, and the appellants have done really what anybody could have done to maintain that architectural context. And so I do want the board to have some understanding of what it feels like to have this happen in a way where there's, change decisions and unclarity and discretion is involved. There was a mention of a stop work order. Codes Department, not Mr. Hargis specifically, but Codes Department had told me that upon the filing of this appeal, a stop work order would issue. That's not before you to consider today, and I'm only mentioning it so the board understands how this feels for residents in this case and in future cases. As you can see, a stop work order was not issued. That's discretionary to the Codes Department. That's not under appeal before the board today. But it is part of the way that these developments happen to neighbors, and it's important to how this feels to them for a group of folks who worked very hard to avoid something like this from happening. And so there have been pictures shown. I would ask the board to specifically not consider the amount of work that's been done on this structure. That should be irrelevant to the consideration today about whether this permit was lawfully issued, even though you can see the structure is largely built. But with that, I just would like the board to listen very carefully to the arguments that they're actually making, and please heed Councilmember Benedict's explanation of the intent behind this overlay that is not being honored with this permit. Thank you for your time.
Council, before you sit down, can I ask you a question? So what would be the point of having the zoning administrator exercise his discretion to have the front door facing Sheridan?
Well, that's the layout of the lot. And so because of the original structure, I think there was a question earlier about ordinarily when you see these situations, it's two narrower houses that would front the same street. The existing structure doesn't have that, but it doesn't, in my view, therefore follow that this is an appropriate structure. And I think there's a significant amount of unclarity and discretion involved in this decision, and that is, I think, acknowledged throughout the record.
Yeah, I think because what the point you're making, I think, just so I make sure I'm understanding correctly, is that, if the lot had been scrubbed entirely and you had two facing, that's one scenario, but here it's, do they get the benefit of having the existing structure be the way it is? And I think you're saying that it should be considered the same, regardless of whether it was, it was two structures facing one street or, wedging one in behind it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
What is the desired outcome for the neighbors? Is it a reduction in height of the structure? Is it the narrowness of the structure? What is?
Well, I'll leave it to them to seek their relief. I think they're opposing the issuance of this permit entirely, but I'll leave that to them.
One of the comments, and because we'd had a discussion about this, say they changed the side and just slapped a front door on the other side of the house facing Sheridan. Is that something that would be an acceptable outcome to the neighbors?
I would say
to the extent that it would comply with the strict letter of the zoning code?
I do represent the neighbors, but I don't think I'm delegated to negotiate on their behalf. I think the posture of this case is, was the permit properly issued or not? If a negotiation is something that is possible to happen, I would certainly be open to facilitating that. But I certainly can't do that in this form.
I think the question is more like if he is in determining whether the zoning administrator exercised his authority, erred in his exercise of his authority under the code. But I guess it's if this structure were built in a manner exactly as it is, and you simply had a change where you oriented it and put a front door staring into the back of the other house, then that section C wouldn't even be at issue here, I think is the question. And so I guess my question is, and what we're, I think, trying to get at is there potentially is a lawful avenue for this house to be there exactly as it's built, but for a reorientation of it. And so that's the one, I think that's what I'm curious about from your standpoint and the neighbor's standpoint.
Yes, I would decline to speak precisely for them, but I will say that it's not only a front door. There's lots of other things that go with the front door, like a driveway, for example, that would front quarter.
Right.
That would very clearly show that house faces quarter.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Emily Benedict, Metro Council District 7. I was the council member when this was passed, and I think the value that I can add here are a couple things. First of all, it's clear that the boundary of the contextual overlay is a large point to the defense of Mr. Hargis. And I will say that, and it's great that somebody from the planning commission, someone who has been on the planning commission may understand this, I'm not sure, but the boundaries of the contextual overlay were defined to me by the planning staff. And so I was told to leave out this block face. Now, that doesn't mean that that's the end-all be-all. I certainly have the authority as a council member to say, I want to include that. But I was advised that the Sheridan facing block face needed to be left out, even though Duggar on the other side and Quarter are a part of the contextual overlay. So I think that's really important to this case, and that I was advised that, and we take their direction very seriously when we work on these.
And I appreciate that. I'm sorry I'm being such a microphone hog today. This is a fascinating issue to me. So I think what you're saying is that when it was put in place, the overlay was intended to cover all of the homes that were then facing Quarter Drive, right?
That's correct. Okay. And I think that might be the crux of the issue although it's clear to all parties that the contextual overlay applies parcel by parcel. The purpose here is to not have it face that side. I am looking at parcel viewer, and I would like to point out relative to the zoning code and the letter of the law, I suppose, is accurate that the side that faces quarter is longer. It is 9 inches longer. Parcel viewer shows it's 106.22 on Quarter, 105.48 on Sheridan. So 9 inches is, pretty small. Doesn't mean, I think, from the letter of the law that a judge would find that, how they would find on that, but it is, an important thing, I think, to take into consideration when we're interpreting the zoning code there. I think, finally, I would just say that I have concerns in the way zoning overall implements their understanding of the contextual overlay. I think the council this term, we are looking at that and helping define half-story better. I think that there are challenges in zoning for them to understand and apply the contextual overlay, and I think that we can do better as a body clarifying the code. Nevertheless, I have 2 other examples in District 7 where the neighbors believe it has been applied incorrectly, and I agree with them. So I'm going back and forth on that right now, but I do want to just say the merits to the way that a contextual overlay is applied by the zoning department, I believe needs to be considered as a part of this case as the appellants make their case as well. So that is all that I have for you. If you have any questions, I'm glad to answer them. And I have one more thing. What Councilmember Cap has said, I wholeheartedly agree with. So, thank you.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Erica Gluck, and I live at 1403 Quarter. I also just want to note that we would like to reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal. I'll never forget the feeling the first time I drove down Quarter Drive. One-story ranches situated along large rolling lots, surrounded by beautiful mature trees. It was then, over a decade ago, I was able to purchase my very first house. Since then, I have watched as neighboring streets have changed rapidly in both character and pattern, but our little pocket of East Nashville remained intact. Because in 2020, my neighbors and I sought out the contextual overlay and gave up our property rights to maintain this character that we all love so much, based on the promise from Metro government that the context on our street would be maintained. Nashville.gov says a contextual overlay must apply throughout the residential portion of a complete block face. Although allowing this new unit without consideration of pattern and character as stated in the Metro Code would be a broken promise from Metro to us, the folks who actually live on Quarter Drive, the ones who worked with the tools Metro gave us to preserve our block. I would also like to end with this. 4 years ago, my neighbors unanimously came together for the contextual overlay. And today, my neighbors stand unanimously together in this appeal. Please revoke the permit for 1411 Quarter.
And good afternoon, Board. I'm Paul Jordan Scott. I live at 1405 Quarter Drive. I'm also asking that this permit be revoked. I want to address a few of the things that have been brought up. One, from your question, Mr. Bradford, it's one lot with one front, regardless of how they divide it up with the HPR. Two, the options that the developer had, you're seeing it built, and so you're thinking about this as, if they slap a door on there. But when they were developing this lot, they could do side to side, they could do front to back, they could orient the front door to where it's not directly in the back of that building. There were lots of options that they had if they had considered them at the time. And to your question about what is the front, slapping a front door on, it would need to be a real facade. It would need to be, an actual driveway address on Sheridan. The front facade is defined to include more than just a front door. It includes design characteristics around that front door. Things like a covering for the rain when you're trying to get in the front door and things like that. And then third, you've heard from Mr. Hargis today that if a developer asks to face the other lot on these corner lots, that he's allowing it. It doesn't sound like he's considering anything as a matter of course with these, and that's the definition of an arbitrary action. And then Mr. Councilman Cap brought this up for us, but there's no dispute that this lot is not in the contextual overlay, and we are not saying that the design restrictions from the contextual overlay apply to this lot. Rather, the narrow basis for our appeal is that Metro erred by granting an exception to allow the new unit to face Quarter Drive. Under the base zoning rules, the front facade of the new unit shall face the shorter lot line, that is Sheridan. It is a close one, I'll admit that, as raised by Councilwoman Benedict. But the code says what it says, and it says that the shorter lot line is where the home shall face, and this is the shorter lot line.
But Mr. Hargis approved an exception to this base rule, and the new unit is currently being constructed facing quarter. To apply that exception, Mr. Hargis had to determine that it was more appropriate to face the new unit towards quarter based on whether the predominant character or pattern of adjoining development is or will be located on Quarter Drive. Now, Mr. Hargis determined that it was more appropriate, and he didn't bring this up, curiously, in his argument today, but in his letter, he said that he considered just one fact, that there were 5 homes on Quarter and 4 homes on Sheridan. That was error and arbitrary for 4 main reasons. First, the decision ignores the ordinary meanings of character and pattern. Under Metro Code 1704-060, when terms are not defined in the code, like character and pattern are not defined, we should look to Webster's Unabridged Dictionary. So I pulled that dictionary out, and character means the essentials of structure, form, materials, or function that together make up and usually distinguish the individual. And pattern has a similar definition, meaning a reliable sample of traits, acts, or other observable features characterizing an individual. Notably, one definition of pattern is even architectural design or style. So these words together require taking into account things like design and architectural features, size, height, number of stories, and spacing, not just the number of homes on each block face when we're talking about turning a home to a block face.
And as I understand, the point you're making here essentially is that conceding essentially that this, and by the way, you have to be an attorney, correct?
I am, but I'm not here in a representative
sure, of course,
capacity.
yeah, but your kudos to some excellent work that you submitted as part of your packet.
Thank you.
I appreciated the footnotes and the adherence to Blue Book form. But my question I have is, I think what I understand is that the contextual overlay doesn't apply to the lot, but you're saying that in terms that we should take it into consideration when determining how this pattern, in interpreting subsection C, which says pattern of development, because basically you're saying pattern of development means look at the size, scope, nature of all the lots around it. Now, even if you didn't have a contextual overlay at all, but you had a row of ranch-style homes that were on the street, and then on Sheridan you had a lot of newer modern structures that essentially the zoning administrator should take into account both and all of it to determine, which way should this structure face? Is it designed to fit more in with Quarter, and again, not related to the overlay, or is it designed to fit more in with what's on Sheridan?
Right, I think that's exactly right. I would say that even if we did not have an overlay, the outcome here would be the same, or should be the same. But the overlay makes it even stronger because now you have this non-conforming structure on the block face, but the rest of the homes on Quarter can never match it. So it can't be a part of a redevelopment that will happen over time because of that contextual overlay.
Yeah, it will be the only house to ever look like this on our block. And I think that's really important to think about. Like, none of us can ever build within these parameters. So we'll always be an outlier.
Now, and Mr. Hargis has effectively conceded, the things that I was talking about with respect to character and pattern, he's effectively conceded that he did not consider those things, and his failure to do so was error. Second, the decision to grant an exception to the developer contradicts the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance. And for that, I would refer you to 1704-010. The council states that the purpose of the zoning ordinance is, in pertinent part, to establish development standards which are designed to protect the value and integrity of neighboring properties and enhance the general character and appearance of the community. And then at 1704-050, the council tells us that the zoning ordinance must be construed so that the true intent and meaning of the Metropolitan County Council may be fully carried out. But counting the number of homes does nothing to maintain the value and integrity of neighboring properties or the general character and appearance of the community. And in fact, counting the number of homes doesn't even seem to serve any purpose at all and doesn't make one block face more appropriate than the other. And that's especially true here because there's only one more home on Quarter compared to Sheridan. So rather, this count method effectively just picks a frontage arbitrarily without any regard to how it will actually affect the block, and that cannot be what the Metro Council intended. And in fact, if the Metro Council had intended for it to work that way, the council could have simply said it. They could have said, just count the homes on each block face, instead of using words like pattern and character. So the decision to grant an exception is at odds with the intent of the Metro Council. Now, third, and this gets back to the contextual overlay question that we've been talking about. You've already heard from Erica that the contextual overlays are intended to maintain the form and character of neighborhoods and to require contextually sensitive development across an entire block face. And Mr. Hargis mentioned that he was surprised that a corner lot facing a different street was omitted from the overlay, but he really shouldn't be. And as you heard from Councilwoman Benedict, this is how the Planning Commission has been saying to do it. And so we pulled in tab S, which is in the supplemental materials that should be in front of you in the binder, 19 out of 32 overlay districts omit corner lots like the one at issue here. And this is something set by the Planning Commission. It's voted on by the council. This is not something that neighbors just messed up on and we get what we get as a result. Now, again, I'm not arguing that the contextual overlay applies to the lot, but that doesn't mean that anything goes on the lot. The overlay code section and the frontage section that we've been discussing work in harmony. The overlay applies to the block face as it exists, and then the frontage section prevents corner lots from being reoriented towards the overlay without a consideration of the character and pattern of the adjoining development. And the decision to extend an exception to this developer has the effect of defeating the council's intent to maintain the form and character of the entire 1,400 block of quarter. Now, lastly, the decision is arbitrary because the count method has been applied against us, but it isn't being applied for other developments across Metro Nashville. Since our appeal, Metro has approved 3 more residential site plans on corner lots with HPRs facing the longer lot line. And so based on what Mr. Hargis has told you today, you would expect, or in his letter, I should say, because he didn't bring up the count method in his argument today, but based on what he said in his letter, you would expect that all of these units would have more homes along the block face with a longer lot line. But that's not the case. In fact, none of the 3 HPR units since the filing of this appeal have more homes on the longer lot line. We've cataloged in tab T 25 such instances during Mr. Hargis's tenure, and in 19 of those, there was not even a single other.
It's 2 minutes remaining. If you want to keep going, just letting you know.
Okay. Am I out of time or I have 2 minutes remaining?
You have 2 minutes remaining.
Okay, 2 minutes remaining. Thank you.
Just to clarify.
Is this coming into my rebuttal time or is
Yes, this will come to your rebuttal time.
He had reserved 2 minutes. This is
in it, yeah, so I'm sorry, we can add some time, but.
I'm really surprised. Did it stop during the questions? Because I've timed myself doing this and I've been flying through here.
It didn't stop during the question.
I thought it did, but.
Yeah.
It did not.
10 minutes and 15 seconds.
Okay, how much is he short, do you think? 3 minutes?
I mean, I've probably asked 2 or 3 minutes of questions, so.
I can wrap up within a minute.
You're reserving 2 minutes, so we'll say that there's.
That Mr. Bradford spoke, asked questions.
Okay, we're gonna give you 3 minutes. That's 4 minutes.
Okay.
It'll go back to 4 minutes, 40 seconds. So you'll have 2 minutes, 40 seconds to reserve your 2 minutes.
Thank you, and I won't use all that time. So in tab T, we cataloged 25 of those instances during Mr. Hargis's tenure, and in 19 of those, there was not even a single other home on the block face with the new unit. So the count method is being applied arbitrarily just to me and my neighbors, and that is the definition of arbitrary. Just a few other related points on that. Zoning has conceded that there is no written policy or procedure for making this determination. You can see that at appendix page 74. The count method does not appear anywhere in the record, not even in explanations of the decision to council members or the mayor's office. And even when Mr. Hargis wrote me directly to tell me that he does not do trial by ambush and to give me the reasons for his decision, he never brought this up. And you can see that at appendix 79. The very first time that any neighbors saw this rationale was at exactly 4:30 p.m. last Thursday, which was at our deadline to submit written materials to this board. Why he held that information back for so long is anybody's guess. So taking all this together, the decision reads the ordinary meaning of character and pattern out of the ordinance. It contradicts the express policy of the Metro Council. It undermines the council's intent for contextual overlays, and it has been applied arbitrarily to us, but not other similarly situated developments. The decision must be reversed, and the permit must be revoked.
Okay, so you've got 3 minutes left actually for rebuttal. So you want to save the 3 minutes?
Yes, please.
All right, so thank you.
No questions?
Well, I have 2 questions. One, I had asked the council member earlier, what is your desired outcome here?
Desired outcome is that the permit be revoked. Ideally, that the structure be torn down and built back in a way that makes sense, and it faces Sheridan, with the frontage actually facing Sheridan. Now, if they can reform it, I have no objection to them reforming it if it actually faces Sheridan and truly has the, an address on Sheridan, that it has a driveway on Sheridan, that it has a true front facade on Sheridan, and that it even has access, because right now it doesn't even have access to Sheridan. There's no front back because there's a fence that goes all the way down through the lot. So there's no way for there to be a Sheridan address as it's currently developed. So they would have to rework that development.
And I believe they have the right to keep it in its location. Is the location an issue?
No, location's not a problem.
Okay,
Front
so
facade, the front facade and the orientation of the building is the issue.
Okay, is there any issue with the height or the
Nope,
narrowness?
No issue with the height or narrowness, no.
Okay. My other question was, are your properties zoned RS or R? Because R allows two-family dwellings.
It's R10, and I do believe they are allowed to have two families on that lot. No dispute there.
Okay, so there is potential in the future for some of the properties on your street to be torn down and rebuilt with two on one lot?
Correct. We actually do have an HPR already on the lot, but it fits within the contextual overlay requirement. It is a ranch-style HPR home.
Because it's a design overlay, correct? The contextual overlay is not intended to limit or prohibit density within the neighborhood. It's intended to address the sort of. Okay.
Exactly.
Right. And that, I think, had unanimous support from the neighbors when that went through as well. All right. Any other questions?
Questions? Okay, thank y'all.
Thank
You got
you.
3 minutes left, so. Okay, we'll hear from the opposition.
Thank you, members of the board. My name is John Michael.
We
from
may need
Thompson
to get
Burton
the
Law Firm.
clock set, Mr. Michael, before you start.
Oh, sure.
I think. Okay, give us a second for, all right.
Looks like it's reset, Mr. Chairman. John
Okay.
Michael,
Yeah,
Thompson
it
Burton
does.
Law Firm, 1801 West End Avenue. I represent the group that owns the spot and is building the home that you've seen in the photos. It's under construction now. We oppose the appeal filed by the appellants, as you would imagine. The rationale is very straightforward. This is an item A case challenging the correctness of the issuance of the building permit. The two notes that have been raised throughout, there's been a lot of talk about how this is not a question of whether or not the parcel is in the contextual overlay district. It is not. That's abundantly clear. I doubt any of you have any question about that. However, I think every speaker from the zoning administrator through me has talked about the contextual overlay district, what it governs, what it seeks to do, the public policy rationale behind it, the hard work that the folks went through to put it in place, the uniformity of interest in that, that we're happy to stipulate to that. Those are the goals those folks had, and that's the process they went through. The word feel or feelings was also used 4 times so far. The zoning code doesn't get into feelings. And I think that Mr. Hargis said, and I have said as well when I talked with Councilmember Cap, I get that people want this house built differently than it is, perhaps even in alignment with some of the particulars of the overlay district that was put in place, but it's just not applicable, period. That's not clear. So when you, as board members, review an item A case, you do not have in front of you a variance case where there's is there a middle ground? Is there a compromise solution of some sort? A special exception where you could say, well, maybe if I attach the right conditions, this will yield the right outcome. Even the item D cases where they're about legal nonconformities.
Mr. Michael, not to cut you off, one question that did come up in the last discussion, and I want to get your thoughts on it because I know you've got experience in this area. So what the phrase at issue here that I think is kind of at the heart of this is in making the determination of whether to cite this on the longer or the shorter lot line, the statement is the predominant character or pattern of adjoining development is or will be located to the street on which the longer lot line is located. And so I I don't think the question of the contextual overlay, there is no legal implication as far as the design requirements for the structure, but I think the question is, to what extent does the surrounding area's design play into the decision to orient one way versus the other?
I think you skip out of that main part of C6 and go down, not skip out of, continue reading on into subsection, lowercase c, about the character or pattern. And the gentleman spoke very clearly about the applicability of that section and challenged the question of arbitrariness in the application of that section. No, I don't think Mr. Hargis did speak to that in his verbal testimony before the board today, but as all of you know, the record before the board includes not only spoken testimony, but also all of the documents in your case file. And Mr. Hargis's letter of May 30 says at the beginning of what I believe is the second full paragraph, I determined that the home should face quarter based upon the letter C above, as recently cited, and is shown on your screen. As the predominant character or pattern of development is oriented to the street on which the longer lot line is located, given that the majority of homes face quarter, I determined that this new home should face quarter as well. Those two sentences uniformly, succinctly, and completely obliterate any suggestion that the decision made was in fact arbitrary. Now, that's not directly responsive to your question, but I think it sets up the response.
Right.
He looks at quarter according to what the testimony before you and the written testimony or the letter before you, and says, obviously every other house on quarter faces quarter. They're interior lots. So it makes sense to, again, not my opinion, reflecting what I have read here and what I've heard from the testimony today, it sounds like the zoning administrator made the determination because this is a house on a corner lot, but as an HPR, rear to the one that faces out to Sheridan, it would be appropriate to align it with the other houses on quarter, which of course align to quarter. Again, doesn't matter if that's my opinion or not, only matters that that was my understanding of the testimony presented and as reflected in this paragraph from the May 30 letter from Mr. Hargis. So the board then, in analyzing that question, would go to, was it an error to not apply, to not stop the reading at part C6? Was that an error? Well, no, you have to read the rest of the section. Then to go to subsection C, was it an error by the zoning administrator to utilize that section to make a determination? I would contend, perhaps only argumento, I would contend that the question before you is whether or not he erred by using discretion to get to that decision that he got to. Not even do we agree with the decision or not. That the question is, did he err by applying subsection C? Now, you're not going to take that argument. That's fine. I've preserved it for the benefit of the record. In reality, if you insist on treating it as, do we think that he erred in his application of law by making the determination that he did in the application of subsection C? I still say no. I contend no, just as he has, because the reality is this is a rare moment where the zoning code writes in express subjective opinion basis for a zoning administrator. He is asked to make a determination based upon the black letter law here in front of me, there in front of you, if, in fact, the zoning administrator, quote, determines that the longer lot line is more appropriate, end quote, that we go through those criteria. The one that applies has to do with character or pattern. The pattern for all those interior houses on quarter is not in question. They all face quarter. Now, I think that in the same way, the zoning administrator has unquestioned legal authority to make a determination that the house, and by the way, it's addressed as 1411 quarter. That's the house that's under construction. The zoning administrator could have used his discretion to determine that it was more appropriate to face that house at 1411 out to Sheridan. So to me, this is a question of whether or not he was in error by applying the discretion given to him under C6, lowercase c. And he did not, very clearly. Just because it was addressed initially in the first filing, was he in error to not apply the contextual overlay district to this 1411? No, clearly not. Everybody's told you that. So there, I've said that on the record as well for the benefit of the record in the unlikely event of an appeal. But with regard to the fundamental questions, did the zoning administrator err? Not, do we sympathize with the neighbors? They put in hard work. Ms. Carpenek, I know, once lived in an area, may still, where they went through the same process. You know the work that it takes, the coordination with your council member, the patient working through planning, I have sympathy for that, and I suspect, or at least hope all of you do. I've watched people go through those processes, and they are arduous. But in this case, this lot is not part of that. So as much as we've talked about the fact that the contextual overlay district does not apply, almost until the very end of the comments, based upon somebody's question, I think Ms. Carpenter's question to the appellants today, what is it that you want? What is it is it a height that's bothersome? Perhaps not. Is it the siting of the house on the lot or the setbacks? Perhaps not. Apparently, the orientation to Sheridan is what's been identified as the point of concern. But the law says that the zoning administrator has the legal authority to make a determination based on those stated criteria as to whether or not it should face this way or that way. And I know that Mr. Hargis's predecessor, that person's predecessor, and that person's predecessor, all three, I don't know if it's appropriate to say often or sometimes, but at least sometimes, if not often, looked at corner lot HPRs and allowed, except for really unusually shaped lots, allowed a side-to-side facing rather than two facing the same direction to the shorter lot. Naturally, I invite any questions from board members, but that's the first wave of the commentary.
And I appreciate your history. I also appreciate clarifying, because I think you're right that the job here today is to determine whether the zoning administrator erred or acted arbitrarily, I believe is what it says. And so my question is, do you believe, what is your, did he, I don't know that the question is, did he err in applying Section C? I think the question is, did he err in what he considered and how he applied Section C?
Character and pattern are your criteria.
And what?
So I guess the board has to say, do we think that this was an error or acted arbitrarily? I'm hoping that everybody has dismissed that out of hand. Did the zoning administrator err by looking to the character and pattern of the property relative to, let's see, how's the exact, I'm going to say it correctly, the predominant character or pattern of adjoining development? That necessarily means the lots down Sheridan and the lots going south down Quarter. Not necessarily just on the same block face, but usually that's the most appropriate areas to contemplate. Do the adjoining development is or will be oriented to the street on which the longer lot line is located? If you want to narrow the question all the way down to that, the entire item A appeal being, did Mr. Hargis err by determining that the predominant character or pattern of the adjoining development, here we're looking down Quarter, is what he said he applied, is or will be oriented to the street on which the longer lot line, the Quarter side, is located? That becomes an arithmetic problem. Councilmember Benedict rightly pointed out, this is just so darn close to being a square lot, 9 inches longer on one side. So to the extent, whether it be the appellants or the builders or the zoning administrator, anybody else has concerns about longer, shorter, it's darn near square. And if it was a perfect square, then it would be left entirely to the zoning administrator to figure out which way to orient that house.
So is this what you're saying, that if you just had 6, I'm looking at the 6 of the factors, that if it just stopped with, except where the zoning administrator determines that the longer lot line is more appropriate.
Right,
period.
if it was shorter lot line, period.
If it just stopped there, then it's a matter of discretion, but because you have these 4 factors that the zoning administrator can look to, then that it's not a discretionary decision.
If I understood the question, I think it's the exact opposite. If in fact the ordinance stopped at all shall be oriented to the shorter lot line, period, then there's no discretion.
Right, but no, I say if it stopped where you have this clause that says except where the zoning administrator determines that the longer lot line is more appropriate, if there was a period there, and then there was none of these factors below, that you'd concede that would be discretionary.
Oh, it's absolutely discretionary if that was the case.
Are you saying that the addition of A, B, C, and D take the discretion out of it?
I think it slims the degree of discretion by identifying particular criteria that can be considered. There is still such discretion. Think about the words that are used in this. Predominant character. Predominant character is sort of objective, but not purely. You can't reduce that to math. So predominant character or pattern. again, somewhat subjective words, let alone broader sections of law. To the adjoining development, it's a corner lot. Which one is the adjoining development? Do we consider both? Then you get into which way a house will be oriented, longer lot line. Those are more objective terms. It's reduced to math. But Mr. Pepper, to your question, I think it's still subjective in terms of, and discretionary is the better term, discretionary for the zoning administrator. But I think the degree of discretion is narrowed by this tailoring of the ABCD that follows.
Okay, I appreciate it.
So your point is that he has discretion, but he has to look at the predominant character or pattern of adjoining development that is or will be.
I think it would have been a very sloppy zoning administrator letter if somebody had just submitted one, didn't cite to which section they were looking at, here, sections lowercase c, and then explaining how they got there, what it was they decided based upon that. But because it is there, you probably need to identify which one, as Mr. Hargis did. Because it is there, you probably need to say what you analyze and what you determine based upon your review and consideration of lowercase c, which Mr. Hargis did. Did the zoning administrator err by utilizing that subsection and making his determination that a house should face quarter because all the other houses beside it face quarter except for the one that sits on the corner facing Sheridan? That's the question for you. I don't even have to give you my proposed answer to that. It doesn't matter what I think about it. It matters what the zoning administrator thinks about it. He's testified, he's outlined it in his letter. And in terms of how do I want the street to look, that's not what the board gets to do today. Not a hardship question, not a variance question, not a question of whether or not there's a legal nonconformity that they should or should not get to build back or build onto. There's no conditions to go here. It becomes a very binary analysis of yes or no. Was there an error? Again, or arbitrariness, but we're really talking about the error. I contend that there was no such error. I struggle to imagine that there was any such error because I reviewed the ordinance on this, certainly reviewed the contextual overlay district. I note the relative anomaly of the corner lot having been left out, but I think Councilmember Bennett did a great job explaining how that came to be. She took the recommendation of planning staff. They thought that that was the appropriate way to set up the contextual overlay district. I don't doubt that from policy planning reasons, that was what they thought was the better way. Lawyers read it a little differently. And of course, I want to invite any questions. That basically concludes what we would like to say on behalf of the builders.
Okay, no questions.
I want to pay a compliment to both the council members for having engaged extensively on this with their constituents and also being helpful to communicate with us when we had some questions. So I want to say that on the record too. They've both been great to deal with and we appreciate them.
Is it supposed to be red or is it supposed to not be red? Red. I'll be very brief.
Let us get the clock going for you first here. Who's going to put, I think you've got a full 3 minutes. Okay.
I think it's clear that the ordinance requires a consideration of character or pattern in this interpretation that only looks at the count of homes, basically reads that character and pattern language out of the code. And it doesn't do anything to advance any purposes of the code either. Like I talked about earlier, just because Quarter has one more house on it than Sheridan, that doesn't do anything to advance the integrity of a neighborhood, the appearance of a community, or any other factors that come in to play under the purposes of the Metro Code as set out by the Metro Council. And even if you were to accept that interpretation that we are supposed to count, you still have the more appropriate language in there. So what about this one more house makes it more appropriate? And I think that was applied arbitrarily, especially when you consider that this isn't being applied anywhere else across Metro. Appreciate the time. I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are more.
Well, so how in your words, and if you said it, and by the way, your materials, if you put these together, are excellent, and we appreciate those.
Thank you. I had a lot of help.
How did the zoning administrator err? And considering the fact that this property is not in a contextual overlay, and really his question is just decide which way is this house supposed to face? That's really what it's limited to. How is it that he erred?
the zoning administrator erred by not making a real determination as to what was more appropriate, which is required by the code. He erred by not considering the predominant character or pattern of adjoining development, which is, outside of the count of the homes, which doesn't do anything. I mean, that can't be the right interpretation of the code because that doesn't advance any purpose. It's entirely arbitrary. And then he acted arbitrarily, like I mentioned, because this is not how it's being applied. And he even admitted today that this is not, these considerations are not coming into play. If someone wants to turn their house, they're approving it.
Okay. Before you sit down,
Yes,
Lisa, is there any further questions?
Just try to understand, yes, I am so sympathetic, and if I live in that neighborhood, totally understand where you're coming from. I feel, your feeling. And having said that, because this is if the zoning administrator did in error or not, and each situation and application, permit is different. So in this case, I admit it's a really unique case because one existing house is existing. And it seems like a builder is not proposing any demolition of the house and then proposing a new house. Instead, preserving existing house and proposing one additional unit, and which in case property owner have right because of the R zoning. So in that situation with you are as a zoning administrator, what is your desired outcome? Facing exactly behind the existing house and facing the Sheridan, the other street? Or that's your desired outcome? Because, practical matter, we cannot deny, says, nope, you cannot build additional house because it's property owner's right. So I just want to hear your opinion on that.
Sure, I can't speak for everybody, but I don't oppose there being another building on the lot. I think they have a right to have a building on that lot. And I think they have a right to build it as big as they want within the confines of the code. But what we are asking for is that the lot actually the structure be oriented towards Sheridan. And so the options that they would have would be the same as any interior lot, which would be a front, back, or a side to side.
And just to put a finer point, I think on that and on that great question from Ms. Johnson, I think the point I want to make sure I've got this right, is that structure, not just any structure, but the structure as submitted, the house that sits there, that the zoning administrator erred because that particular structure as submitted should have been oriented towards Sheridan based upon the development pattern. Had the applicant submitted a different structure, the outcome may be different, because if the applicant had submitted a structure, so I think the point is, maybe what you're asking us to do is to find that the zoning administrator erred by not taking into account the nature of the actual structures themselves along both Corder and Sheridan. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
And I think if you were to look at this, I mean, if they hadn't just rushed to build this thing where there's something already there and we just had a site plan, which is what should have happened, then you would be looking at this and you would say, yeah, this is not appropriate because it's facing the wrong way. Site plan needs to face towards Sheridan because that's what this code says needs to happen. And so I think the fact that it has been constructed is it makes it a little bit harder to conceptualize where we are, but the site plan as submitted was not appropriate under the code, and the approval of that site plan was not, they could submit it in seeking an exception, certainly, but it was not appropriate to approve that site plan because it wasn't facing the right way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I don't think there's that was a rebuttal time, so we will close the public hearing and discuss.
Well, I'm sympathetic to neighborhoods that have gone through the contextual overlay process. As Mr. Michael mentioned, I went through that process myself in a neighborhood I used to live in. So I know that process. That neighborhood happened to be downzoned to RS as well, which helped. I don't see anything on the parcel viewer that's in tab J that shows, so essentially if the orientation was changed, that would put this new home, I guess Unit B, in the backyard of the existing home. I don't see anything in this view that indicates that that is a pattern that is anywhere else in this neighborhood. So I don't think the zoning administrator erred by determining that the Unit B should be facing quarter. The quarter has garages that face quarter. This new home has a garage that faces. What I see is that it does. In the photos, I saw photos somewhere, but actually you all are not allowed to speak. The public hearing's closed. But if someone else could find what they're talking about, but.
I don't think we're going to agree to reopen. Does anybody want to reopen? I mean, I think we've heard from everybody and we've read the materials. I would tell everybody again that it's not, our job here in item A appeal is very, very, very limited. It is not to determine what we think is best for the neighborhood. It's not to determine whether we like the structure. It's to determine whether the zoning administrator erred. And I cannot find any way that he erred when the adjoining three houses are facing. And the only thing he was to decide here was which way should this home be facing. And
I don't know
that the three houses next to it were facing quarter, and it would not look correct for this. There is no other area here where you have a front of a house facing the back of the house. So I can't find here to get it. It's not my.
And I think my point, the only point I would make in response to that is I also don't think, I think this house sticks out like a sore thumb based upon, I think whether it's facing quarter or whether it's facing Sheridan. I think the question is, if it's gonna stick out like a sore thumb, does that pattern fit more with, in terms of design? Now, I concede that I think there's no other front backs on Sheridan, but Sheridan doesn't have an overlay, so there's nothing preventing having front backs on Sheridan in the future. So I think that, the idea to me is that, we look at my view is the zoning administrator should look at a combination of the number and orientation of the homes, the design of the homes in the surrounding area, the design of the home as submitted, because I think that's the other thing, that what the house that's submitted, okay, this looks and feels like something that's on this block face versus that block face. And so.
But can you say he erred because?
And that's what I was going to say. I don't know if you can make the argument that he erred because, if I read C, it says the predominant character or pattern of the adjoining development is, or, it's an or, will be oriented to the street on which the longer lot line is located. So the way that Joey presented it and the way I read it, either way that he oriented, he had a rational basis under either of those things. So I don't think, listen, I was at every planning meeting for 2.5 years protesting development in my neighborhood. And I completely understand why the neighbors work so hard, especially when you go through the process of a contextual overlay. But we have very limited power here. And our only question, the threshold question, is did he err? And I don't think we've seen anything that he erred, and I don't think he acted in an arbitrary or capricious way. So I think he gave a rational basis for why he made the decision. It's based on on the code. So what would our basis be to say that he erred? What's the right?
I think you make a good point there, and I think there's part of the question too is, did somebody err here in this situation? Did somebody err by leaving this lot off of the contextual overlay?
I don't think the council person did either. She followed the advice.
Yeah.
But that's not her.
Totally.
It's not anybody's fault.
Did planning err by not including this lot in the block? And so, but I think that raises a good point that I don't think.
If I may, speaking of the planning point, sometimes those planners go against neighbors' will. For example, there are so many places, down zoning, all over the area. And then each neighborhood has corner lot. And so, of course, neighbors want everybody to remain the same and single family. But planning recommend against the community's majority of the will, because the corner lot kind of makes sense to have kind of gentle density, to introduce, duplex in the corner.
Yeah.
So they do understand it, but sometimes they do recommend because of the planning point. And they do understand it, which is not neighborhood really embrace it, but they do that. So, but with that, it's really painful for me to say it, but I could not find zoning administrator error in this situation. If this is a new application and then existing house is not located and then house faces, two different corner, it might be different situation. But in this case, existing house is not demolished, existing, and then property owner have rightfully so to apply additional house based on the zoning. So with this series of history and process, I do not see our zoning administrator error on this permit.
I think the council member may wish to speak. I don't know if that's allowed. I think council members can speak at any time. Is that okay?
I suppose so.
Thank you. Thank you. So again, Emily Benedict, Council 7. In looking at parcel viewer, I think that the one reason why planning may have excluded this area is that there are 3 parcels between Corder Drive and Duggar Drive that face Sheridan. And so when you apply the contextual overlay, it's based on 2 homes on either side of that. So there are not 2 homes, so it wouldn't even make sense to include them in the contextual overlay because it wouldn't apply to them even if they were a part of it. So I think that that's an important thing to call out that may have gone into the information that planning gave me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, I found the photo I was looking at in section M. It's the first photo, and it has driveways off of Corder, and I think there was a garage that was there at one time that was filled in on the left side of the photo. So I just wanted to clarify where I saw that.
Well, based on the fact that our very limited purpose here is to determine whether the zoning administrator erred, I think that it's unfortunate there's not a contextual overlay protecting the neighborhood, but that's where we're left, and I cannot find that the zoning administrator erred, so I will make a motion that we uphold the zoning administrator's decision to issue the permit.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? So you're in favor? Opposed? Okay, so that's 4-1. Okay. All righty, next and last case.
One second, Mr. Chairman, let me get that case up here.
We have one more.
One last case. Today's final case 2024-83, Yuri Litsenko, the appellant owner of the property at 3125 Windermere Circle, requesting a special exception to allow for a daycare in the RS20 district. I believe Councilman Gregg is present for this case. Refer to the board under section 1716-170, appellant alleged jurisdiction 1741-80C. Let me get the. Okay. The subject property is located on the intersection of McGavock Pike and Windermere Circle over in Donaldson. The subject lot's located at the red parcel here. The large structure you see to the northwest is McGavock High School and a church just to the north there. See the red line? This is located on our arterial street. This falls under the daycare provisions for daycare large. The council recently amended the daycare code to split the daycare homes into both small and large segments. Small, previously there were one group daycare home that all of them had to come to the Board of Zoning Appeals to seek approval. The council allows now small daycares, which are 5 to 7 children, to be issued as a matter of right, and daycare home large from 7 to 12 come to the board. This is a view of the lot looking from Windermere Circle facing kind of northeast. This house sits sort of diagonal on the lot. I forgot that. Sorry, 1 second here. Got 2 other photographs that didn't come forward. Here we go. View into the existing driveway from Windermere. This driveway circles around behind the existing house, which you saw on the site plan. And then this is the driveway where it comes back out on McGavock Pike when I went to visit the site. And I'll put the site plan back. So, we do have opposition present. Both sides will have 10 minutes to present. Councilmember Gregg, you're welcome to speak at any time. You're not subject. Welcome to the board. I think, mate, your first time with us? No, you've been here before. Okay. You are not subject to time constraints, so I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Gregg. I'm the councilman for District 15, Donaldson, and I'm here for case 2024-083 for an adult daycare exception. This is in a well-established neighborhood in Donaldson. Large lots, well-kept homes. In fact, it's a neighborhood I tried to buy in when I moved to Donaldson. And this is a well-organized neighborhood. It's one of the first neighborhoods to establish a neighborhood organization, and they're very active and very vocal about their wants and needs. And they are very upset about this particular property. Currently, the homeowner has a short-term rental on this property. I believe there's actually 2 sides of it that they use as a short-term rental. However, they do not reside on the property, and their permit clearly states that they will occupy the residence. That gives me great concern for what kind of homeowner or daycare owner will they be should we allow this exception. I've received over 30 calls, emails, and texts. I know the neighborhood president is here, and she has as well, and they are greatly opposed to this use. It's close to McGavock High School, as stated, which is a very busy street, especially 9 months out of the year, in the morning and in the afternoon. That gives me more concern. And the owner did hold a meeting, but I understand that even the neighbors closest to the property did not receive that notification, which causes me great concern. So for the reasons I've stated, I ask that you respectfully not allow the use. Let's keep the integrity of this neighborhood as it is, and let's honor the neighbor's request. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you leave, any questions for the council person? Okay, no questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll hear from the applicant.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time today. I think we're last and everybody's ready to finish up.
Give us your name and address for the record.
I apologize. My name is Yuri Lutsenko, and I am, along with my wife, we're the property owners of 3125 Windermere Circle, Nashville, Tennessee. And today we come to you appealing this case for the adult daycare. Just wanted to make sure that was clarified. It's not for children, but it's for adults and senior citizens. And senior care has always been a passion of mine. It will be 30 years this year since my parents brought us over. We immigrated to this country as refugees for 2 reasons. One, for religious persecution, and another was our parents wanted to provide us a quality of life, which we were not able to get where we lived. And with that being said, they instilled those values in us, what's important, the sanctity of life, and why everybody deserves a good quality of life. And at some point in their life, I do have 3 more brothers, and all of us, at one point, all worked in healthcare. I'm a licensed home administrator. I've been licensed in the state of Florida and lived there for a couple of years. Moved back with my family. But since moving here to Nashville, a little over 8 years ago, we came straight to Donaldson. We looked around, we bought the property in Donaldson, loved the place, the area and we stayed here ever since. And when I came to work in my most recent facility as a nursing administrator, along with my partner in this case, we decided that we saw a lot of good and bad in healthcare. We saw how the healthcare industry has been changing, and it's changing fast. And in our positions, even though we were in leadership positions in our facilities, there was still a lot of red tape. And the pushback that we received, everybody talked about quality care, customer service, and that's important. But we were not in the driver's seat of those facilities. We were in administration, nursing, clinical care, but we still had a lot of red tape to go through in order to provide the best customer service. With that being said, we said, hey, let's start our own foundation. Let's start our own non-for-profit organization where we can meet the needs of our communities, of our senior citizens, of our adults, and provide the quality care that they deserve. I don't know what your experience has been in healthcare. Maybe it's all been good, maybe it's been bad, maybe it's been a mixture of both. But I've seen the good and the bad, and I know with our passion, with our drive, we can provide this care that we're requesting for this exemption to be provided to us. This is a non-for-profit organization. This is not a big deep-pocket investors coming in from New York, other places, dumping a lot of money, coming into a neighborhood, buying up a property, and then converting it to a money-making machine. This is two people coming together, putting their lives, other careers and goals on the side, and focus on something that we think is relevant. We think that is important in our community and just Nashville overall.
Mr. Lutsenko, sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Lutsenko.
Okay. Is your intent to reside at this property?
No, sir. The intent is to fully utilize this property for adult daycare.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the applicant?
Well, if you could, we have to look at the zoning code and the special exception provisions in the zoning code. If you could run through how you meet those conditions. And I don't know.
Yeah, I did not see a report from planning that the special exceptions were met. I think that's what Ms. Carpenter was getting at.
Ann and I were just talking. I didn't want to interrupt the testimony. You all can't take an action on this until we get that from planning. So I didn't want to interrupt. Since everybody's here, let the testimony happen and then postpone any action on it until we get that back from planning.
But are we looking at daycare home under 17.16.170?
Yeah, hang on one sec. I'll pull up the.
Or a daycare center, small, because that will make our special exception requirement different.
Right, yeah, I don't know which one we're looking at.
I think we'll get all that from.
Daycare center. I'm sorry. In my opening statement, I put home. It's daycare center. It's the class 1 daycare center.
Okay, so it's not
24.
well, and just to clarify that,
it's for adults.
That would not require a residence at the person to reside.
It would not require them to do that for a daycare center.
Thank you.
And there's no overnight stay.
Yeah, well, and that was that was a question based upon confusion.
Now, sure. One staff question. I think there's currently a short-term rental permit issued to this. This short-term rental permit will cease upon issuance of the daycare.
We understand
center.
that.
Okay. Okay.
And I just like to.
Ma'am, can you state your name, please?
Yes, my name is Normin Babansaira.
And your address, please, ma'am.
8225 Donaway Court, Brentwood, Tennessee. I have been a nurse for quite a minute, and I have my master's in nurse leadership. I currently hold a position as a health and wellness director for Brookdale Senior Living. My favorite part of my career is caring for geriatric population. I was not fortunate enough also to spend time or even remember the faces of my grandparents, but I've been fortunate enough to care for yours. And what I see in the field that I work for, it's cruel. The care that the seniors receive, it's awful. We find them dead in apartments due to broken hip because they have fallen and they had no one to care for them. We find them in diabetic comatose and they die a few days later. They're dehydrated, they're malnourished. Now, I work for one of the greatest companies that people are fortunate enough to pay up to $40,000 out of pocket per month to live at Brookdale. Not all of our grandparents, not all of our seniors are fortunate to be able to afford that. We are letting go of our very comfortable, very, very comfortable salaries and PTOs and paycheck. Me and Mr. Yuri, he's letting go of his constant income from his short-term facility house. We are coming in to be a non-for-profit to care for our seniors, the seniors of very community that Mr. Councilman referred to. There is a lot of calls that we have also received that they said this is a great idea. Our parents are aging, they're getting older. We never thought that this could be an option. Just to set the record straight, the councilman also came to visit us and he said he thinks it's a great idea. The only reason he needs to oppose to it, it's because he's new, he's just been selected and he needs to win the next elections. Therefore, he's coming against us. But if we give him time till August and allow him to be re-elected, he will come stand here and fight for this to happen, which I found it very disrupting when I heard his testimony here today. Our intentions are not to make money. We're both in healthcare. We make we're very fortunate to make great six-figure salaries. Our intentions are not to find any more elderly, diseased, and passed in empty apartments. You guys might not see the side that I see. These people, majority of them, they don't have anyone left in their family. They're 93, and their family members are diseased. They're malnourished. They can't make it to the fridge to even drink a cup of water. Me and Mr. Yuri felt that it was a call-in for us. We met, it was God's will to do so, and we need to do this. We're thinking about one life at a time. We're not making money in this. Again, we've been spending out of our own saving and our own paycheck for the past 6 months trying to run this establishment. We're only doing it to change one life. The seniors were the same ones that fought in wars for us, that raised us, that are our grandparents, and the very minor concerns that he mentioned, that there is being a short-term rental and he doesn't know what type of person and character we are. Well, I am an under-oath nurse. He's an under-oath administrator. We dedicate through COVID, through frontlining, every second of our life to make sure your loved ones are alive. We're there, we're fighting for their safety, we're fighting for their well-being. So I think that should explain our characteristics to him a little bit. And again, like Mr. Lutsenko mentioned, we don't have investors. We're not here to make money. We're here to make a difference. And we didn't have a power in our companies that we're employed by. Even though we're in executive positions, we couldn't change it. We couldn't give the same care to someone who didn't have money to fill his metoprolol, same care as someone receiving who's paying $40,000 a month to have a companionship 24/7. So this is 100% work of heart, and we're only doing it so we can make sure that it's our way of giving back. It's our way of giving back to community, it's our way of giving back to our seniors, and it's our way of giving back to God for everything He blessed us with. And I just hope you guys do see our passion in this and do understand all the struggles we face to sit here in front of our great commissioners today. And we're hoping that your guys' hand will be in this as well, and hopefully less seniors will be found diseased and broken legs and hips in a house. Thank you.
Question?
That was beautiful. Thank you for sharing all that with us. But we have to look at the zoning code, and there are certain provisions that need to be met, and I'm not clear as to whether or not they're met. And I just want to verify with the zoning department that we need to be looking at lot size, a street standard, which when I read it, I don't quite understand what it says, so we might need an interpretation, and then a landscape buffer yard. So I have a question about that. Will there be I think it's written for children, this part of the code. So it talks about an outdoor play area, which is probably for children. I just wanted to see if you had an outdoor area for the adults.
There's a backyard area, but there's no playground,
Not a play
if you will.
area.
Yes.
Okay, it's written as a play area. I don't know if you would need a landscape buffer around this property. Doesn't sound like it. Doesn't sound like a play area, but we have to look at all of these requirements. So we'll need some help from the zoning department.
So will we receive that information as well once you do?
It's in the zoning code, and so we need to kind of hear from you all if you meet those requirements, but I really need help understanding it from the zoning department first.
Here's this is Class 1 daycare center, 1716-170C, and it says, daycare center shall be, sorry, that was the preamble, 13 to 25 individuals. The minimum lot size shall be 1/2 acre. The street center driveway shall have access on any street, except on minor local streets. Driveway access shall only be permitted where the lot is located at the intersection of a minor local or an arterial or collector. C is probably inapplicable here because it does talk about playgrounds, but let me flip over to, yeah, actually this screen right here. This lot would meet that criteria. Windermere Circle is a local street. This is our property maps. The red line, which you see for McGavick Pike, is an arterial. So it says Class 1 daycare centers could only locate at an intersection of a local and an arterial. So that particular standard they would meet. The other is a 1/2 acre lot standard in this case, and I believe they've got that. I'll look up. Sorry, 1 second. I'll confirm that.
It is over an acre.
Yeah, I think it's larger than a 1/2 acre, but I'll double check to be sure.
May I inject?
Well, too, unless we have questions, we have more questions. If not, we need to probably get the opposition up here. Okay. Thank y'all. We'll hear from the opposition.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
And members, looking at the tax assessor, it's exactly 1 acre lot, so they do meet that requirement. And just a reminder for the members in opposition, if you would like to come forward this time. I spoke with the council member during the appellant's testimony. He had a note about a neighbor didn't receive a notice. I do show the Farleys, which are the adjoining property owners, as being on the mail list. But I didn't bring with me today our return envelopes. I don't know if it came back to us, but they were on the original mailing.
Can I make a comment? There was, I believe there was 88 addresses on that list, and I sent all 88 out.
Okay, so let's hear from the opposition. And you have 10, I see there's several of you, just to remind you what Mr. Hardy said, if you have to divide up the 10 minutes.
Want to start? Okay. I'm Betty Kilgrove, my husband and I.
Ma'am, can you give us your address, please, for the record? Your address.
Own the property at 3123 Windermere Circle, which is right next door to the property. I'm sorry I didn't come prepared with anything. I wasn't even sure I was supposed to say anything, but here I am. I would like to begin by saying I have nothing personal at all against the folks who live next door to me. They have been good neighbors for I didn't know how many years. I think he just stated 8 years. They're the only people I know that mow their grass twice a week. They get it mowed on Monday or Tuesday and again on Friday or Saturday. But anyway, they have been good neighbors. They applied a couple of years ago for a short-term rental on the end of their house. And I did not oppose that at all because, again, they had been good neighbors. But then when they moved out of that house and they were no longer owner-occupied in that house, it seems like the short-term rental just went to pot. I have been running kids out of the creek that's between our property. They have a large swing in their backyard, which they probably don't even realize they left there, but anyway, it's there, and there's been kids on that swing, swinging, I'm talking to the treetops, and all I could see was something breaking, and that child going flying through the air, and them having a big lawsuit. But at any rate, it has not been a good situation with the short-term rental, and them not being there, them not being owner-occupied. But now they have moved out, and now they are somewhere else living, and they are also renting that side as a short-term rental. So that is sort of the background. But again, everything I'm going to say is nothing at all personal. I think they're good folks and mean well. I'm very concerned about a business going in right next door to me. Houses on our street sell close to $900,000. And to have a business right there with people going and coming, being dropped off that morning, being picked up that afternoon. Then there's the traffic situation. We already cannot even get out of Windermere Circle because of McGavock High School that's a block away. So to add that much more traffic, it's going to be unreal. As I mentioned before, there's a creek, a little spring that runs between our property and their property. It could easily, someone could get hurt there. I'm not sure where they're intending on employees to park, but they have no parking at all in their driveway. So that would be something else to consider. They've got a flight of steps getting in their front door, so how these elderly people are going to get in and out, I'm not sure about that. They also have steps going in their back door, so maybe they have all that worked out too, I'm not sure. Anyway, I just would like to ask for you to please reject this special exception to this house that's being turned into a nonprofit business in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Don.
If I could turn around and talk to them, I would say they are fine people.
Ma'am,
I've been very impressed.
You need to give us your name and address, please.
I'm Mrs. Nelson Farley. I live 2 doors down from the house that they have. And
What's the address? What's your address?
and my address is 3117 Windermere Circle. I had not met them before all of this came up as far as having any contact. I see them pass and come and go, but I had not really met them personally, but have met them. They had an open house, which I did not get an invitation, but my neighbor did, and so I took it on myself to go to the open house because they were going to tell us about what they were planning to do. I found them to be very cordial, nice people that I think it's a wonderful thing that they want to do. But I don't think in our subdivision, in our residential section, I told him when we got to the meeting that day, I really feel like that this is a residential section and we don't want to see business or whatever begin to be in our subdivision. That's really all I have to say. That I have nothing against them personally. I think they're fine Christian people that want to do what the Lord's calling them to do. But I feel like we're residential and we'd like to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Carl Brown. I live at 3118 Windermere Circle across the street. And I can see I've owned that property since 1984. And we're forever having little forays come into the neighborhood, wanting to change the look of the way the houses look there, or add something that has not been before. And as you all know, as native Nashvillians, if you are, and I am, this town is changing fast. And it's to me, it's just nice to have some oasis in the deserts of all this stuff that's going on in Nashville. I would believe that there would be many locations closer to commercial property that they could come up with a place to put these things. I don't know the folks at all. I've said hello and talked. I'm sure they mean well and so on, but you know, I sound like an old fart talking, don't I? But we just like to keep our neighborhood as it is, because it is a residential neighborhood. It's nice to walk out of my front door going to get my paper every morning and not having to dodge traffic and so on. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Jenny White. I live at 2819 Lumar Lane. I took a look at adult daycare centers that have been licensed in Middle Tennessee through the Tennessee Department of Human Services. And every single one of them are located in business districts or at a 50 Forward Center. And in one case, in Murfreesboro, it was at a church. These places have ample parking. They have the expectation that the egress and ingress is going to be able to handle traffic that's coming in and out. I feel like whatever. It would appear to me that with no other homes being identified as an adult daycare center, that there must be a reason why. And so I would just respectfully, again, ask that you decline. I love the idea. I just think it needs to be somewhere else. And it's my understanding that many of the daycare centers are open from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. These are for folks who have caregivers at home who have to be transported to the center. No one's staying overnight. No one's falling and breaking a hip without someone being there, which shame on nursing homes if that's happening everywhere. But would just like to say that let's put it somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question? Okay.
I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you all for coming out. This has been one of our longer meetings that we've had in a long time, so thank y'all for that. Normally in special exceptions, there's kind of like two standards that we have to look at. Typically those standards we view these sort of like, we assume that we can approve it unless there's a reason not to, and if not, you guys have listed a lot of reasons why you're concerned. So I wanted, if we had to approve it, not because we want to, but because the law says to, we can put in reasonable conditions to address some of the things that you're talking about. And the things that I've heard, in case I missed it, is you're concerned about traffic, parking. Is there anything that I missed? Hours of operation, I heard that. Is there anything that I missed that would sort of, because I definitely understand your concerns, but that maybe we could put in as conditions that would sort of address those concerns?
Well, for me, a safety issue was big. I mean, there's steps going up. Of course, I'm sure they can build a beautiful ramp there. That'll really look good in our nice neighborhood. And there's a creek that we can't change. Okay. And water in it. Okay. And snakes. I've run kids out of it from their short-term rental as just in the last 30 days, and said, there are snakes there, please go back to where you're supposed to be and get out of the water.
Okay, Thank you.
And actually, it's a drop-off there. From their yard to my yard is like quite a drop-off. It's a rock wall about like this right here. So it's that much of a drop-off between their yard and my yard
Okay.
to the creek.
So safety, parking.
Yeah, I guess that was my biggest concerns, and the integrity of the neighborhood. I just feel like it could go somewhere else, and I'm sure it's needed. I know it's needed. I had elderly parents who are now deceased, and I'm very much aware, and it's not going to be long till I'm going to be there. But it's a needed thing, but just not in that location.
I didn't have anything else.
Okay, any more questions for anybody? Okay, we'll, thank y'all very much. We'll close the public hearings. Sir, I'm sorry, but we can't,
Sir, I apologize. I'm not trying to
we can't reopen the public hearing. I'm sorry.
There was questions, the time didn't stop.
Pardon me?
When I was asked questions, the time kept going.
Are you saying you had more time left?
There
Oh,
should have
okay.
been. It ran out by the time we finished.
Pardon me?
I just wanted,
Okay, I'm sorry. If you have time left, I thought y'all had run it all your time out.
And just for the record, I did
I'm sorry.
driver's ed
I
at McGavick
Yeah.
a long time ago.
Okay.
So I learned to drive in their neighborhood.
So we have 1 minute left. Can we come back up?
To be
Y'all
fair,
have
we've
one-
had some clock issues, and I guess secondly, too, you guys can't act on this case anyway, without planning's recommendation. The action for today will have to be postponed 2 weeks anyway.
Can we approve it or disapprove it, or excuse me, approve it today if planning meets us? We shouldn't do that.
No, I don't think you can even make a motion.
Is there any way we can stop the rentals with it not being owner occupied? Is there any way we can stop that now?
We can't do that, ma'am. I don't, that's just not something.
I'll let you know here in a minute.
We're here to decide whether they can have the
Not to
daycare
foreshadow
center or
it.
not.
Well, and I understand that the laws and the codes and the things are what they are, but because we feel as a neighborhood that they aren't supporting us as a neighborhood by being having a permit for a owner-occupied short-term rental and not being there. So we feel that they don't support us as a neighborhood from that respect.
Okay, appreciate that. Okay, thank y'all very much. And
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, I apologize to you, sir, because you apparently had some time left and I didn't think you did. So you can come back up. And do we know how much time was left for that?
We had 2 minutes and
2
5
minutes,
seconds.
okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I apologize.
And I apologize too. We've had some issues. I think
I saw the
battery,
clock go to zero, so I thought y'all were out of time, so.
to be fair to my co-workers here in front of me on the case, I did not want to run the time on the case I was testifying in. So, but we're having issues. I mean, so usually dealing with battery strength. I do have a question for.
So you got a full 2 minutes.
thank you. I appreciate the time, and any one of my colleagues here can speak up as well. I just want to say that I understand my neighbor's concerns. I mean, it's a community. It is. I understand that. But with that being said, the layout of the house, just to kind of address some of their concerns, is that driveway, would you not expect for it to create traffic? It's one way in, one way out, okay? The idea is for the elderly or the senior citizens to be dropped off in the back, which avoids all the steps on the front of the house. Now, there has to be a ramp, ADA accessible ramp. So we will have that, of course. We're working with the plans and codes departments and everybody, all the other departments, whether it's sewer, water, just different things that they're looking at. But the creek that was discussed by my neighbor, it was made very clear to me within the first couple of weeks, I think, by her husband. And I don't think it was mentioned to me when I was purchasing the house. I thought it divided our lots, but he said that at some point he purchased that creek, so that creek belongs to them. It's not our creek. And and then the concern about the swing set, that's at the end of towards their house, at the end of the lot, if you will, and we can easily take that down, so it's not a concern in any way with that as well.
Also, I just wanted to specify that again. She mentioned employment. Employment, it's this person and this person right here. We're stepping down from our executive positions, and we're going to be all hands on deck taking care of the senior elderlies. Our goal is not to cause traffic again. it's probably gonna be 10 people. We're thinking one life at a time. So we are gonna give them the socialization, the quality of life, the homemade food, the warm meal, the medication, and the treatment they deserve. We're not planning on having 30 employees in there. It's the two of us. We're not planning on making millions of dollars. We're letting go of our rental property. We're letting go of our positions. We're letting go of everything we built it up to today. Our intention are purely to take care of elderly, and they might not see what I see every day, but I promise you guys, it's over 70% of our population that are suffering from not being able to take their medication on time. So even if it's 7 to 5 and I can make a difference in their life from 7 to 5, I am okay with that. And if I can assign them home health to visit them at night before they go to bed, I am okay with that.
Okay, ma'am,
Thank
we
you.
appreciate all
Thank
that.
you so much
We
for your
let you go
time.
over a little bit
Thank
there,
you so much.
Okay, thank you
All
very
right,
much.
Before you leave, sir, I need an answer to a question because it affects, it's been testified too that you guys do not permanently reside here, that you live elsewhere. Is that the case?
So it's been less than a year since we moved, but our intention is to move back, if need to be, within the next 2 months, less than 2 months. Right now, I rent a house in the same neighborhood, and I can see it's a lot on the map over there.
Good.
So-
No problem. Just give you notice publicly, don't do that. I will be revoking your short-term rental permit in the morning. So if you have stays booked, please cancel those stays, based upon your testimony today. You're welcome to reapply at some point in the future, once this is your permanent residence, but the STR is going to have to stop immediately, so. First time I've ever had to do, since I had them here, I wanted to ask the question since it does affect another aspect of the code I enforce, so.
Could we ask one question to that?
Oh, sure, yeah, we have that.
Because the parking issue was raised, I understand the immediate plan is to employee. So any car situation, parking situation is handled in the current plan because I did not see any parking spot on the plan.
Yes, we are planning to, Mr. Yuri can explain the construction side of it for you.
Yes, so we do have it's a large driveway around the house, and it's a very large driveway on the right-hand side of the house from coming in from Windermere, and then there is a parking space on the other side facing McGavick as well for at least 2 or 3 cars. So if we needed to facilitate more parking space, we can accommodate that. There's enough property there that can accommodate for that.
And I just had one question. What are the intended hours of operation?
We're hoping it would be 8 to 5. And my goal is to make sure all my residents have home health set up for when they get home. To answer one of the concerns that they had, what would they do when they get home? I will set them up with home health because if they have a long-term care policy under their insurance, as long as they are being seen at an adult daycare for 8 hours a day, it will qualify them to have a home health visit them at least 3 times a week, and we can schedule those for after hours.
Any more questions? Okay. All right, we'll close the public hearing. And
Thank
as I
you.
understand from Ms. Harris, we're going to have to defer.
Yes, sir. You have to defer action even at a motion stage until our meeting of June 20th. For the folks here coming back, this is not new testimony on June 20th. It would just be the board making a motion to either approve or disapprove. And we're having to do so because I do not have communications from the planning department received before this hearing, and it's required by law that this board can't act on it. So I didn't want you guys that you've sat here and went through every case today. Since you're here, I wanted the board at least to have your testimony on record in case you can't come back in 2 weeks, that at least there's been input.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if you do want to come back in
You're welcome.
2
Absolutely.
weeks, yeah, we'll be voting on it, but you won't be able to, we closed the public hearing, so all the testimony is through. I just tell you that so you don't show up here in 2 weeks thinking you needed to be here to talk to us again, so. I got that right, did I, Ms. Roberts? Okay.
So are we just going to be
notified via? So I'll make a motion that we.
No, you're welcome to come and attend.
Okay, all in favor of deferring for 2 weeks, okay. And I'll make a motion to adjourn. Second, okay.
Amen.
Ms. Johnson, welcome again. Good to have you.
They're never this long, I swear. This is like twice the length.